Who Killed the Hero? Volume 1. By Fallen Dogs. Translated by Gadgetized Panda Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The royal family of this country followed a matrilineal lineage. It seems they were originally descended from shrine maidens who served the gods, but they maintained their bloodline by taking powerful men from each era as their husbands and making them kings. The husbands ranged from nobles within the country to royalty from other lands, but in most cases a man of noble birth was sought. There was one exception. That was the hero, the demon king who periodically appeared and sought to destroy the world of man. The hero was the one who would defeat this demon king. In this country, the position of king was promised to the hero as a reward. By accepting the hero, the royal family maintained its legitimacy as royalty, and boasted its status as the country that saved the world. And so the royal family endured. 15 years ago, a demon king appeared in this world. A king who ruled over the powerful demon people race. One who despised the gods revered by man, and sought to destroy their followers, mankind. After an intense battle, already half the world was under his dominion, and this country had also suffered invasion. It was then that a hero appeared. No one knows beforehand who will become the hero, but they are often guided by a person called the prophet. The prophet appears from nowhere, leaves a prophecy, and disappears somewhere. Their true identity is unknown. 4 years ago, a prophet appeared in a small village within the country, and prophesied the advent of the hero. The hero of the prophecy entered Farm Academy, the country's hero training institution, and stood out. Bringing the current generation's hero candidates, Swordmaster Leon, Saint Maria, and Scholar Solan into his party, he was now summoned to the royal palace. I am Alexia, the princess of this country. I am the prize for the hero. My father the king seems to have some misgivings about the hero. Supposedly, he is low-born commoner, an unimpressive man, and Leon should have been the hero, etc. My mother the queen has entered the temple as the shrine maiden after my grandmother passed away, so she is not here. The princesses of this country choose a partner as king, give birth to a child, then enter the temple as shrine maidens and devote their lives to the country. Swordmaster Leon is the heir to a prominent earl household, accomplished in both status and ability. If not for the demon king's advent, he likely would have become my partner. When we met before, he was aware of that himself, but after the battle at the Rosaloff forest, he said I was not the hero and withdrew himself. Including the king, those around him regret this. I did not care either way. Leon is certainly an excellent person. However, in the end, I have no say in who I marry. So whoever the hero may be does not matter to me. From a young age I applied myself to my studies, swordplay, horsemanship, and was praised for my talents by those around me. But even so, I cannot decide my own future. Honestly, being the princess of this country is like a curse. After all, no princes have ever been born. If only I could have been born a prince instead, I could have lived a somewhat better life. Disregarding my sentiments, the audience began, and the hero entered the throne room. My father the king extolled the hero's feats at the Rosaloff forest, bestowed rewards upon him, and formally acknowledged him as the hero. The birth of Hero Ars. I was introduced to him as a reward. This is my daughter, Alexia. When you slay the demon king, I will make you Alexia's husband, and the next king of this country. The hall stirred a little. Even if it's tradition, the nobles still recoil at making a low-born man the king. However, even heroes risk their lives. Without adequate compensation, who would willingly embark on the reckless adventure of invading the demon king's domain and defeating him? He may be called by the appealing name of hero, but he is essentially an assassin against the demon king. To increase the success rate of this assassination, the hero's reward must be as motivating to him as possible. I don't want the world to be destroyed either. I need this hero to try his very hardest. To that end, I know I must act a certain way. I walked to the kneeling hero and said just loud enough for him to hear, "Sir Hero, please slay the demon king and save the world. I await your return. I'm still only 12 years old, quite young, but I'm beautiful, and know how I should act to please the other party, also I thought. However, while I truly want him to save the world, awaiting his return is a lie. The hero was a young man with a very ordinary appearance. Windswept chestnut-colored hair and eyes to match. He looked well-trained, but was of medium height and build, and lacked any notable features. With a troubled expression, he said to me in a voice only I could hear, "Princess, I promise. I will definitely slay the Demon King." He smiled gently. "But I won't be coming back here. So, you should marry the one you love." 4 years later, the hero kept his word and slew the Demon King. And he never returned. For more years after that. The kingdom, having finally regained stability, established a project to compile the hero's feats in literature, in order to honor his memory. Section. In the town. What do you think about the hero? I mean, he defeated the Demon Lord, so we should be grateful, right? Our lives are possible because of the hero. He could use a sword and both attack and healing magic. He was an extraordinary person. It's such a shame that he passed away. It's a loss. I've heard he was outstanding even at the academy, and we still needed someone like the hero in the future. Could it be that he died because of the wounds and curses from defeating the Demon Lord? He fought such a terrifying enemy, maybe it ended up as a mutual kill. Well, he was amazing. After all, he defeated the Demon Lord. But you know, I've heard rumors that the hero was from some rural village. It's a bit scary to think that if he comes back, he might become the king. He probably doesn't know anything about running a country or politics, right? Why did he die in the middle of it all? He defeated the Demon Lord, so there's no way he'd lose to monsters. It's a bit strange, isn't it? I actually suspect the Sword Saint. After all, his account. Maybe he aimed for the next king's throne and took him out. If there's no hero, it's said the Sword Saint will marry the princess. Oh, by the way, keep this conversation a secret. You never know what they might do to me. I've heard that the sage and the saintess were childhood friends. Did the sage like the saintess? But the saintess's heart ended up going towards the hero, so maybe the sage got jealous and killed the hero. Perhaps they fought over the saintess. She's so beautiful, after all. I think the saintess liked the hero, but maybe the sword saint and the sage conspired to get rid of the hero out of jealousy. When I think about it, I can't help but feel sorry for the still unmarried saintess. He was said to be a commoner, right? Perhaps the nobility didn't like that. When he came back, he would have to listen to what the commoners say, right? They might have disliked that and ordered someone to kill the hero. Chapter 1. Leon's chapter. He was my friend, was his concise answer when asked about his relationship with the hero Ars. Even through his clothes, one could see his well-trained, tight body. His trimmed blonde hair, neatly groomed beard, and handsome features overwhelmed others with his powerful gaze, indicating he was no ordinary man. Friend, their relationship should have been more complex than that simple word. Going back to their school days, they were party members who had stared death in the face countless times together. Leon Mueller, known as the Sword Saint Leon, he was once considered the top candidate to become the hero. It doesn't have any special meaning. Just that before I met him, I didn't have anyone I could call a friend. Because I was born into a relatively high-ranked family. When you're born into a noble family, human relationships are only above or below. You either revere or are revered, that's how you evaluate the people you meet. It's pretty awful, isn't it? That's what nobles are like. As he said this, a mischievous smile crossed his face. The current Leon lacked any uptight noble airs. If anything, he is known as a frank, upright man who made no class distinctions. Even with me, he spoke casually, not making me feel any difference in status. So how was it when you first met Ars? I was still a noble then. No, I'm still technically a noble, but back then I was a creature of nobility. And I was a candidate for hero. I was also quite full of myself, thinking no one could surpass me with a sword, and that I would definitely become the hero. My surroundings saw me that way too. So, Leon's eyes darkened. I hated the guy, a commoner who waltzed into the farm academy, which only nobles could enter, wearing muddy shoes. And he was a man with no outstanding features. I didn't even want him in my field of vision. The farm academy, which still exists today, is famous as an institute for training heroes, but it's supposedly not only for nobles. In fact, it opens its doors to anyone with sufficient ability. It was different back then. The founding principles had been lost, and it had degenerated into an institution for nobles to give their children polish. Of course, you could enter if you had money, so technically social status wasn't required for admission, but hardly anyone crazy enough to try and enter a place like that did. If you wanted to get stronger, there were countless other options: enter a private tutoring school, become the disciple of a famous swordsman, gain experience as an adventurer, and so on. So why did Ars enter the farm academy? It's simple. Because he wanted to become the hero. There were countless ways to become a strong warrior, but to be recognized as the hero, this was the only way. Well, thinking about it now, it wasn't like he had to enter the academy to become the hero, but that's what was believed at the time, and that's what he thought too. What happened when you first met? I'd like to say I don't remember, but I still see it in my dreams. With one glance, I contemptuously said to him, "You don't have the qualifications to become the hero." How did Ars respond? "Even so, I have to become one," he said. I was furious at being talked back to by a commoner in that way. I felt like cutting him down on the spot, but a teacher stopped me. Causing bloodshed on academy grounds would have been problematic. While the teachers did see him as an uncouth person who didn't belong there, they must have thought it would leave a bad taste to kill him. What kind of student was Ars? He was mediocre. From what I heard, he had done some adventuring before entering the academy, so he had decent combat skills. But his sword forms were self-taught, so he had to start over from the basics. We dueled countless times before graduating, but I never lost to him. It's believed that even as a student, the hero Ars had outstanding grades, but that was embellished later. After he defeated the Demon Lord, acquaintances from his school days lavished him with praise, saying even as a student, he showed the brilliance of a hero. He didn't shine at all back then. But he was abnormal. Abnormal? In mock battles during lessons, he would either win or keep fighting until he was truly knocked down. He wouldn't give up from just a little damage. He would seriously take on even the teachers. If there was anything he didn't understand about the material taught, he would pester the teachers or classmates until he grasped it. He would practice repeating the forms late into the night. That's all you can say about him. Isn't he just an enthusiastic student? As a hero's legend, he might actually be considered weak. It's not just dedication. He had no concept of rest. He had no free time. All his time was spent on becoming a hero. He wasn't sleeping, he just pushed himself to his limits and collapsed. Some people used to bother him because he was a commoner, but they quickly stopped getting involved with him. Anyone could see it was an extraordinary level of determination. With that much effort, could he really have been that average? Well, he did grow to some extent. Or rather, it was only natural he'd achieve some results with that much effort. But differences in talent can't be overcome no matter how hard you work, that's an unchanging truth. In the end, like how he couldn't surpass me with the sword, he was never number one in any other field either. Of course, his grades weren't bad. But anyone could get grades at that level with the extent he worked. Though I guess there aren't many who could put in that kind of effort. Certainly, at graduation Ars wasn't the valedictorian. The valedictorian was Leon, correct? I was able to become valedictorian because I had the backing of being a count's son. If there was a member of the royal family in my year, they probably would have taken it instead. But my grades were suitably excellent. Leon smiled roguishly, mischievous, but a smile that loves people. By the way, you called Ars your friend, but when exactly did you become that close? It was near the end of our 3rd year, during a field training excursion. As a final test of everything we'd learned in 3 years, we went on an expedition to the Roseloff Great Forest to fight monsters. Even now, the Roseloff Great Forest is known as a demonic domain where monsters still appear. Even today, the Farm Academy continues this field training as a tradition. Even if you call it a demonic domain, the strength of the monsters varies greatly depending on the location. The forest stretches over enough land to contain several countries. The area students go to has relatively weak monsters appearing. Experienced adventurer teachers also go along, as well as knights to act as guards. It's practically risk-free, or so it should have been. But one demon targeted that training. That story is famous. It became one of the hero's heroic tales that the members who would later form the hero's party defeated the attacking demon despite still being students. It wasn't a picturesque, heroic tale like that. Almost all of the teachers and knight escorts were killed. Of course, there were student casualties too. Frankly speaking, it was a blunder by the kingdom. To cover that up, the students who survived were glorified as heroes. Certainly, by emphasizing the demon's strength, and because students were able to drive it back, it highlighted the bravery of the heroes despite their youth. To put it simply, that demon wasn't that strong among demons. It was just crafty. It probably aimed to build up achievements at minimal risk by killing students who might become the hero. If the teachers and knights hadn't been forced to protect us, they probably could have put up a better fight too. Even if weak, demons are still considered the strongest race among monsters. How were the students able to defeat it? It's simple. Our abilities were already sufficient to win from the start. Skills of me, Maria, and Solon already stood out, even though we were students. But we completely lacked actual combat experience. We could take down weak monsters, but didn't know how to work together to take down monsters stronger than us. I charged in alone and got easily defeated. Solon was in disarray because his prided magic didn't work. Maria stood dumbfounded in front of the unhealable corpses. The Saintess Maria and the Sage Solon, certainly famous members of the hero's party. But at this time, they had yet to demonstrate their abilities. So how was ours? He immediately instructed everyone to flee upon seeing the demon. To scatter and run, not sticking together. I thought it was the behavior of a coward to not fight at all and just run away. But the students who followed those instructions survived, while the ones who tried to stand against it died. What about Ars himself? He was blocking the demon that tried to chase the escaped students. He didn't directly confront it, but kept his distance to hamper it. He probably wanted to save as many lives as possible. So when I was defeated by the demon, he jumped in during that opportunity. I would have died if he hadn't come. Did Ars also try to let you escape? No, to me he said, stand up and fight. How awful is that? Telling me to fight when I just lost to the demon? I thought there was no way I could win if I fought. But you did fight. It was the first time in my life I'd been so thoroughly beaten down, and my pride was in tatters, but still, a commoner was fighting alone. As a nobleman, a count's son, I couldn't run away. And also, he said this to me, didn't you want to become the hero? With what little courage I could muster, I stood up. Thinking about it now, that was the first time in my life I ever showed courage. Until that training, I'd never faced and overcome difficulty in my life. So when I was confronted by the threat of the demon, my spirit was easily shattered and I resigned myself to death. How did you fight an opponent you knew you couldn't beat? I fought the same way he did. Not charging straight at them, but keeping my distance and watching for chances to strike. It was a way of fighting I had mocked as being for weaklings, unbecoming of a knight. However, by trying it I realized it was an effective way to fight an opponent stronger than yourself. For monsters individually stronger than humans like demons, we should have fought like that from the start. With the two of us watching for chances to strike the demon's openings, under Ars' direction, Solon started using magic to attack the demon. Maria also focused on healing us as we fought. And that's how we won. So that was the first time the hero's party functioned in battle. It's simple when you put it like that, but at the time I didn't think we could win at all. I couldn't even tell if our attacks were having any effect or not. But since he fought without any hesitation, we could fight too. He had been knocked down over and over as well. But no matter how many times he fell, he immediately stood back up to keep fighting. Later I realized he had probably envisioned this kind of combat from the mock battles in class. That's why even when he lost countless times in those mock battles, he didn't casually admit defeat and kept fighting until he won. While we just vaguely went along with the lessons taught, he had learned many things. That difference came out in that field training. Did you think of him as a friend because he saved your life? Maybe, maybe not. Leon glanced vaguely into the distance. At that time, I thought, oh, so he's the hero. Don't take this as sour grapes, but after regrouping, I dealt the most damage to the demon. In terms of pure skill, I was still stronger than him. But it's not about that. The hero needs strength, but that alone isn't enough. Of course, social status was completely irrelevant. What's questioned is the hero's way of being. I wasn't the hero. And for the first time, I acknowledged another person not as above or below me, but as a fellow human being, as an equal. Why did the hero die? That was probably his destiny as the man named ours. Nothing more than that. Section. Fragment 1. Right after entering the academy, I was approached in the classroom. You don't have the qualifications to become the hero. He was a blonde youth with excellent features and physique. His blue eyes left an impression, and he had a well-ordered face. Even so, I have to become the hero. When I responded that way, the youth grew angry and grasped the sword at his waist. A teacher hurriedly intervened, so the situation settled down, but after that I became a thorn in his side. It quickly became clear the blonde youth's name was Leon Mueller. He stood out head and shoulders above the rest of the class, and with him being a count's son, there were some teachers who curried favor with him too. And his sword skill was certainly excellent. Blessed with bloodline, physique, and talent, he did not neglect to make an effort either. He showed no sign of arrogance over his own talents, properly training even outside of lessons. Needless to say, he was at the top of candidates to become the hero. I thought that he might become the hero, or rather, hoped for it. If Leon becomes the hero, then I won't have to become it, right? I had such a carefree thought. But until he actually became the hero, I couldn't give up. I couldn't push the burden of being the hero onto Leon. So I decided to work harder at training than Leon. I imposed on myself double the training that he did outside of lessons. Luckily, time was something I had plenty of. While people gathered around Leon, forcing him to associate with them to some extent, there was no one around me, allowing me to devote all my time outside of lessons to training. The combat class teachers were mostly former knights who had retired due to aging or injuries, but their skill was certain. They showed some favoritism to my noble classmates, so they didn't instruct me directly very much, but the content they taught in lessons was very informative. While there were few teachers particularly sympathetic to me, if I asked questions when there was something I didn't understand, they properly answered. With the mindset of using what they taught me, I swung my sword over and over in places around the school buildings where there were no prying eyes. Furthermore, whenever possible I practiced my forms in front of mirrors or glass to check them. Through the lessons I realized my way of using a sword had a lot of unnecessary movements. I had come without formally learning the sword, and there were many extraneous motions. In comparison, Leon's sword work was ideal. His sword strokes flowed beautifully without waste, as if pulling a thread. Using his forms as a model, I poured my efforts into training. In mock battles during lessons as well, I challenged him whenever I could. Each time, I was beaten down by Leon and derided, "You should hurry up and leave the academy." Oddly, though, Leon seemed to dislike it when other students made fun of me. One time when I carelessly left my sword in the classroom, a classmate snatched it up and tried to make it his own. "A sword like this suits your lowly commoner disposition. I'll make use of it," he said, and the other classmates around him also laughed in agreement. "It's an important sword. Can I have it back? I could give you anything else, but I can't give you that sword." I confronted that classmate. No matter what, I was determined to take it back even by force. "Hey, how dare a commoner like you be so cocky?" They were a little intimidated by my momentum, but relying on their greater numbers, they surrounded me. "Hey," Leon called out to them. "You there, what did you learn a sword is to a warrior?" Leon questioned the classmate who had stolen my sword. A sword is a warrior's life." The questioned boy fumbled to answer. "How? Then is your life now stolen goods?" The questioned boy shuddered and said, "No, this was just a prank." "Do you intend to become a warrior who trifles with lives as a prank?" Pressed with the question, the boy silently returned my sword to me. After confirming that, Leon left, but I chased after him to express my gratitude. Thank you, you saved me. Were you listening to what I said? Leon harshly responded. I said a sword is a warrior's life. To have yours taken by another is a disgrace unbecoming of a warrior. It's foolish to steal another's sword, but one who carelessly misplaces his own is even more foolish. He was completely right. Since then, I've never let my sword leave my side. Section. At the end of the summer of the 3rd year, while I was practicing swordplay behind the school building, Leon approached me. It was rare for him to initiate a conversation. He didn't have his usual entourage with him. Your swordsmanship has improved quite a bit, he said. He didn't use flattery or sarcasm, so he must have been giving me a genuine compliment. I stopped swinging my sword and turned to face Leon. I've been using your swordsmanship as a model. I see. I'm not that bad myself, but apart from me, your form is the best. Well, it's partly because the others haven't been training properly. It was a gratifying remark. When I enrolled, I was the worst swordsman in the warrior class because I lacked the basics. Now, Leon was saying that I was second only to him. However, the fact remained that my classmates, apart from Leon and me, weren't taking their lessons seriously. They seemed to be afraid of going to the Demon Lord's territory, even though they had raised their skills a bit. Leon was probably annoyed by this. Thank you. It's been worth the effort. Is that so? I don't think your results match your efforts. If all you've achieved after swinging your sword thousands of times every day is this level, you may not have the talent for it. Leon's observation was accurate. After practicing day and night for over 2 years and reaching my current level, my talent was indeed questionable. Nevertheless, it's all right. I have to become a hero, so I must improve my swordsmanship, even if it's just a little. Why are you so set on becoming a hero? Leon asked with a serious expression. It's because a prophet appeared in my village and prophesied the appearance of a hero. If I don't do it, there's no one else. Do you truly believe that you are a hero? I wonder. I don't think I'm particularly suited for it. To be honest, I think you're more suitable to be a hero. What? He seemed genuinely surprised. So why did you insist on becoming a hero? You could have left it to me. Then, you wouldn't have needed to undergo that grueling training every day. Well, that wouldn't have been right. Wouldn't have been right. You shouldn't be a hero. Everyone expects me to be one, and they unilaterally push the great task of defeating the Demon Lord onto me. I have to risk my life to fight it. And if I fail, the world is done for. There's nothing more troubling than that. Leon hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yesterday, my father told me to withdraw from the hero candidate selection. Why? His father should have expected him to become a hero. The situation is pretty bad. It doesn't seem like we're in a condition to invade the Demon Lord's territory. It's judged that it's impossible to defeat the Demon Lord, even with a hero. I see. If the situation is dire, they won't be able to provide support for the hero who enters the Demon Lord's territory. Without support, it would be like jumping into a death trap. He's worried about you. I know that. Leon shouted. But, I've been striving to become a hero since I was a child. Becoming a hero and saving the world has always been my dream. I don't care about my life at this point. But, his father, who was an earl, would undoubtedly give him absolute orders. It was probably out of concern for his safety. Leon couldn't possibly defy those orders. I will become the hero, so it's okay. I began swinging my sword again. I'll definitely defeat the Demon Lord. So, it's fine. Are you saying that you, weaker than me, can do it? Leon's face twisted in disdain. Why can you say that with such confidence? You're just an ordinary person. You have no power. You can't possibly defeat the Demon Lord. He berated me as if pouring his hatred onto me. I'll do it until I can. If it fails once, I'll try again. If it fails a second time, I'll aim for a third. That's all there is to it. I wasn't that optimistic. I didn't think it would be that easy to succeed on the first try. What are you talking about? If you fail once, it's all over. There won't be a second chance. Even so, I have no choice but to do it. The crucial thing is not to give up and stay calm. If you become reckless and waste your life, it's all over. No matter what, I will see it through to the end. That's why I've learned both offensive and healing magic." After staring at my face for a while, Leon said, "Page, you talk big. What can a commoner do? It's me who will defeat the Demon Lord. I can't just leave everything to you alone and wait peacefully in the country. Entrusting the fate of the world to a commoner is against my pride. No matter what anyone says, I will go to the Demon Lord's territory, for sure." As Leon was about to leave, he turned back as if having second thoughts. "Make one promise. If I become the hero, you'll join my party." It was an unexpected statement. If I become the hero, it's an unlikely scenario. But Leon showed a confident smile. "If it happens, I'll join your party." Section. Fragment 2. I've been raised with expectations on me since I was young. That's just how it is as the eldest son of a noble family. My house of Mueller has been a pillar supporting the kingdom, the symbol of its military might, so it's only natural I be strong. Before I realized it, I was made to practice swinging a small sword with its edge blunted. It's not like I disliked the sword training. I enjoyed it, and I could feel myself improving the more I did it. My uncle who instructed me, my father, my mother, they all praised me. As a result, the sword itself became my raison d'etre. However, no matter how much of a military family we were, being good at the sword wasn't everything. In fact, in our family, the one most skilled with a sword was my uncle, but as a second son, he could not inherit the house. In the end, for nobles, bloodline was what mattered. However, the times were changing. The Demon Lord appeared. The Demon Lord and his monsters began invading human countries with overwhelming numbers and power. I was 6 at the time. A great battle with the Demon Lord's forces occurred in the south. Our country also sent out an army, it seems. However, following orders from His Majesty, my father did not take to the field himself, instead sending my uncle to lead the army in his place. As the head of a noble house, he could not let anything happen to him, or so was the rationale. My uncle went to the rescue of the Malika kingdom, which was being invaded by the Demon Lord's forces, and fully exhibited his military valor, driving back the Demon Lord's army. However, by the time they arrived, the Malika kingdom had already been destroyed. If my father had made the decision immediately and taken the field himself, perhaps the Malika kingdom could have been saved. That was regrettable. On the other hand, unlike other nobles, I respected my uncle who took the field himself and was active at the front lines. My uncle also had no son, so he doted on me like his own child. My uncle had one daughter, a year younger than me. My cousin also adored me like an older brother, and we practiced swordsmanship together. As expected of my uncle's daughter, she had good physique. If my cousin had been a boy, he might have become a swordsman surpassing me. Sparring with her improved my swordsmanship even further. As time passed, a heavy atmosphere came to pervade the country. While we had driven them back once before, the Demon Lord's forces continued expanding their domain, and it was believed they would eventually extend their evil hand to our country as well. But when that time came, my power would be needed. With this sword's power, I will save the country. With this sword's power, I will save the country, I thought, and continued to hone my skills. My uncle said, "You've surpassed me." By the time I was 10, I was being called a sword saint. But before I realized, I had become estranged from those around me. No one around me was serious about saving the country. Everyone around me only thought about how they themselves could avoid fighting. The higher their status, the stronger this tendency was. This is utterly foolish. It is because they are nobles that they should take the lead and fight for their country and people. I thought that by becoming the hero and saving the world, I would become this kingdom's king and correct the nature of the nobles. I never doubted that I was the only one who could become the hero. But I hoped there was someone else out there with the same aspirations, someone who would devote themselves and fight for the people. Section. I turned 15 and entered Farm Academy, an institution for nurturing heroes. It was a place only chosen nobles could enter. I had hoped that there might be nobles here with the aspiration to become a hero. That's when I met Ars, an audacious commoner who had the audacity to enter Farm Academy. Commoners were meant to be protected by nobles, Without this arrangement, the very essence of nobility would be lost. Certainly, a hero might not be selected based on one's social status. However, if nobles didn't produce heroes, we would merely become parasites within our own country. You have no right to become a hero. I found myself saying that. Right. Why should there be a need for a right? Anyone should be able to become a hero if they have the resolve. But I couldn't accept it. It was the fear that we would become fake parasite nobles. Still, I have to become a hero. Ars replied, looking straight into my eyes. He was determined. Despite entering the academy, he was different from the other noble children who laughed and acted carefree. I drew my sword, and the others around us collectively tried to stop me. Why stop me? Don't you have any sense of urgency? If nobles are being saved by commoners, we would have no value. What was the point? I could assert this much. He was genuinely aiming to become a hero. I had never seen anyone like him, except for myself. I had asked a few who seemed promising. Are you aiming to become a hero? Their response was always the same. Isn't it obvious that Lord Leon will be the hero? They said that with flattering eyes. Why? The identity of the hero was not predetermined. If one had the determination to save the world, anyone could aspire to it. So, why weren't the nobles and knights aspiring to it? As nobles and knights, shouldn't they fight for the people? Of course, I was going to become a hero. I would save the world and become the king of this country, making the people happy. However, I didn't believe that this path was meant to be walked alone. It should be a journey taken with many others, honing our skills together to reach the summit. Was I supposed to walk this path alone? Should I go to the wilderness alone? Why didn't you all have aspirations? The fact that this commoner had finally appeared in that wilderness, of all places, was what bothered me the most. You're mocking him for saying that he's aiming to become a hero. Don't scoff at him. What right do those without resolve have to mock those with it? Farm Academy was an institution for cultivating heroes. If you enrolled here, you should aspire to become a hero. Nevertheless, there was nothing more despicable than mocking someone who was striving for it, without aspiring to it yourself. Ars remained unfazed even when I drew my sword. He was the real deal. But I couldn't acknowledge it. I was a noble, and he was a commoner. That's why. Section. Classes at the academy began, and mock sword battles became a common practice. Ars challenged me to a duel when the time came. The people around us tried to prevent it, saying, "How audacious for a commoner to ask Lord Leon for a duel." However, I accepted the challenge. It was a simple matter. If Ars didn't duel me, there would be no one else to challenge. Whether he was holding back or didn't want to fight due to a significant difference in skill, I didn't know, but no one else challenged me. And so, the mock battle began. Ars squared up in a straightforward manner. His movements were forceful, lacking finesse and giving off a sense of roughness. Those in our class snickered. Perhaps he hadn't received proper training. His style resembled that of adventurers and mercenaries who had real combat experience. At this point, it was evident that he lacked considerable skill. I kept my sword lowered with no stance, my body light and flexible, ready to respond instantly to his movements by relaxing my grip. "Hiya!" Ars shouted as he swung his sword, taking a big wind-up and lunging forward. His preparatory movements were large, and his distance was too great. There was no need to even defend with my sword. I barely avoided his strike with minimal movement and lightly adjusted my sword to make contact with Ars's neck. "First point for me. Shall we continue?" I asked. "I want to continue." Ars adjusted his distance and quickly resumed his stance. This time, he cautiously closed the distance between us. Staying within my reach, he made a lower-level attack. It was a feint, but Ars, taken in by it, took a dramatic defensive stance. I then readjusted my grip with both hands and delivered a strike to his shoulder from above. A dull sensation reverberated through my arm, although it was just a practice wooden sword, so it wouldn't cut. It should have inflicted some damage, though. Ooh! Ars let out a groan and dropped to a crouch. Wow! Admiring voices came from the onlookers. The technique I used was relatively straightforward, but executing it smoothly required a fair amount of practice and skill. Ars seemed to understand that. "Do you want to continue?" I asked. Ars, clutching his right shoulder with his left hand, grimaced. "I want to continue." Quite the determination. He would make an excellent sparring partner for the cleric class students later on. Ars, considering the lessons from his first 2 rounds, began to move more cautiously with smaller motions. Moreover, he got into my space, but this time I let Ars take the initiative. Since he was already damaged, his movements were dull, so I didn't have to do anything. And when Ars raised his sword, I seized the opening and landed a blow on his torso. With a gofu sound, as if all the air was coming out of his stomach, Ars collapsed. That was the end of it. He may have broken a rib or 2, but there are plenty of guys who are eager to try recovery magic, so it's not a big problem. "You should leave the academy soon," I told him. But in Ars' eyes as he looked back at me, there was no sign of discouragement. In the mock battles after that, Ars kept challenging me. To be frank, Ars was one of the weakest in the class. His form was self-taught, with a lot of unnecessary movement. However, he seemed to have real combat experience, possessing a certain intensity and killing aura that other students did not have. I didn't know what he might do next. Even though it was a sword fight, he would kick or let go of his sword and grab at me. He didn't care about his methods as long as he won, and was condemned by the other students as despicable. But he didn't care at all. He was absolutely determined to win. However, that alone was not enough to win. There was too big a gap in our sword skills. Every time Ars came at me, I beat him to a pulp. "You should leave the academy soon," I told him every time after beating him until he couldn't move. Hearing that, the others around apparently thought I was seriously trying to drive Ars out. Of course I was serious. Since Ars was a rival aiming to become the hero, it was natural for me to try to kick him down. But you guys weren't even worthy of being targets. I couldn't get serious against those who didn't even stand on the same ground as me. And no matter how many times I beat him down, Ars stood up again. As if to show me that's what those aspiring to be heroes are like. Before I knew it, I had started to watch Ars closely. However, he didn't even glance my way. It wasn't that he was ignoring me, he was dedicating all his time to training. Any spare moment he had, he would review textbooks, and whenever he had a substantial amount of time, he would swing his sword. In other words, he had no time to waste on other people. When all the academy classes were over, he would be in the schoolyard behind the building, practicing with his sword. He would repeat each movement meticulously, as if to ingrain what he had learned in class. I watched him do this almost every day. Perhaps it was to confirm that there was at least one other person walking the same wilderness as him. A desperate commoner. The nobles around me would say. Of course he was desperate. "We're fighting the Demon King. If you have that resolve, naturally you become desperate." However, Ars' efforts were exceptionally obsessive. He never tried to rest. It was as if he was chased by something, and kept running without stop. He was undoubtedly experiencing something in order to become the hero. I didn't know what it was. Not something I could just ask about. Maybe it was something I was lacking. Section. After a while, a rumor started spreading about Ars. That he was infatuated with Maria Lauren of the cleric class, and confessed to her many times. That can't be true. I laughed it off. Maria was certainly beautiful. She was called a saint, and her abilities as a cleric were outstanding. I had been interested in her before as a candidate for my future party, and talked to her. But she just spouted pretty words, and I couldn't tell what she was really thinking at all. Her words praising God sounded insincere, as if she didn't actually feel God's presence. Completely untrustworthy. I couldn't believe a woman like that would captivate Ars. Then, a few months later, I heard that Ars was learning magic from Solon Barkley. What a fool. To actually believe a hero can use magic. My classmates ridiculed him. That was probably true. Magic is a kind of talent. Those who can use it and those who can't are decided from the moment they are born. However, there certainly were legends of heroes who could use magic. Was Ars trying to learn magic because he took that seriously? If so, Contacting Maria may have been an attempt to learn recovery magic. A complete waste of time. He kept doing utterly pointless things. Before I realized, I had brought out the magic books from home into my room and was reading them secretly so no one would notice. I couldn't understand the writing at all since it was in ancient script. Still, I slowly progressed, looking up words in a dictionary. Studying was never my weak point. It was important to read various books and gain knowledge in order to manage my territory in the future. But magic books were on another level. First, I couldn't read them. Even if I could, the grammar was different from modern language, making it very difficult to understand. I was glad I didn't join the magic user class. And after a month, I stopped reading the magic books. No matter how you look at it, it was too much of an ordeal. Deciphering incomprehensible letters, carefully reading and grasping the meaning of the sentences, and even after somehow understanding the incantations and trying them out, there was absolutely no reaction at all. No changes occurred. I found it impossible to keep doing this. Is Ours continuing this? It was simply insane. If a person with no talent for magic was doing this, I could only think there was something wrong with their head. Even someone like him couldn't do this. Ours was basically incompetent. There's no way a guy like that could become able to use magic, I told myself. Section. When we advanced to the 3rd year, rumors spread that Ours had become able to use recovery and attack magic. Everyone scorned the idea that it would have no significant effect, but their expressions were mixed with awe. It seems the level wasn't very high, but he had accomplished what I could not. His efforts were unimaginable. It was the same with the sword. By this time, Ours had clearly become stronger than our warrior class classmates. To be honest, it wasn't as much progress as his efforts warranted, but he had certainly gained strength. And so, even in the 3rd year, Ours continued to challenge me in mock battles. Before me stood Ours, with a perfect straight-line stance, efficient and with just the right amount of power. The straight-line stance was a fundamental one, but in one-on-one combat, it was inherently the most secure. In contrast, I adopted a half-body stance, holding my sword with one hand, pointed towards my opponent. There was no longer any choice but to keep my stance against Ours. We continued to size each other up. The tension in the air was palpable. Ours subtly lowered his posture and launched a thrust that flowed smoothly. His preparatory movements were minimal, and there were no openings. This attack could serve as both a feint and a serious strike. I evaded to the side and delivered a strike aimed at his flank, but Ours immediately returned to his original stance and effectively countered the attack. Of course, I didn't stop at that one strike and followed up with a series of slashes. Mixing in feints, I launched relentless attacks, but Ours defended with precision and minimal movements. People can change drastically. Among the warrior class, Ours had probably made the most significant progress. Considering he was the worst at the beginning, it was only natural. That's why coming to this academy had meaning for him. Compared to that, what had I gained from my school life? I trained diligently every day without slackening. But that was all. If I aimed higher, I should have sought a different path rather than easily entering the academy, right? I could have gone to the front lines with my uncle. There would still have been many things to learn on the battlefield. If the front lines were impossible, there was also the option of subjugating the magical beasts rampaging within the country. I could have honed my skills and contributed to the country. Despite having the title, Sword Saint, I entered Farm Academy as usual out of convention. Despite thinking I was the only one considering the country, perhaps I wasn't actually thinking about anything. Watching Ours desperately receive my attacks, for some reason I was filled with regret. At least, I can't lose to the likes of him. I could see Ours' intention. He planned to endure my attacks then counterattack with his stored-up power. I deliberately showed an opening by retreating for a moment. Not missing that chance, Ours immediately closed the distance and slashed down from above. An honest swing honed from swinging thousands of times every day. It lacked flashiness but had a feel of accumulated effort. But it was predictable. I moved to the side to dodge then landed a strike to Ours' torso while slipping past him. I felt the impact. 2 years ago he would have fallen from that. But Ours remained standing. His posture was unchanged. His face was twisted in pain, but he still wanted to fight. After that I overwhelmed him, but Ars never admitted defeat until the end, standing up again no matter how many times he fell. No one laughed that off as foolish anymore. Heroes are supposed to make the impossible possible. Perhaps I had just been doing what was possible all this time. Section. At the end of summer, word arrived that my uncle, who was commanding the frontier against the Demon King's army, had died in battle. He had fought against a demon general and died a heroic death. He was a strong yet kind man. I believed there was no way he could fall behind the likes of demons. My cousin acted stoic even at her father's death. To die on the battlefield is the way of the warrior household. It was father's deepest wish. Then what does it mean for my father, the head of house, to still be living without taking to the battlefield? Why am I, the sword saint, not on the battlefield? Looking at her, I realized my own powerlessness. My uncle's death as frontier commander indicated just how bad the situation was. Withdraw from being a hero candidate. I was told by my father. It was too dangerous, that was the reason. They couldn't let the heir of a noble house die fighting monsters. A typical noble justification. But then what would happen to this country? To this world? Isn't it a noble's duty to protect them? What did my uncle die for? I went to see Ars. It was the first time we properly talked. It's okay because I'm the one that become the hero. He clearly answered after hearing my doubts. It was no different from when we first enrolled. But then I realized it. I had unconsciously tried to push the duty of hero onto Ars by coming here. Just being told to stop by my father was enough to easily shake my resolve. Shameful. Even though Ars had always thought I was more suited to be the hero, he kept striving to become the hero himself. He had walked that harsh path alone all this time. Oh, so that's how people should be. It's not about being able or unable, but about doing what you must. I will follow that example then. Even if I lose, I should keep struggling to the end. Even if I can't become the hero, I will devote all my strength to the world. The hero needs companions. Chapter 2. Maria's chapter. He was a hero to me too. When asked about her relationship with him, she smiled warmly and answered. Maria Lauren, the priestess who was the healer in the hero's party. She now oversees the operations of the church as a bishop. Since she had freely bestowed the miracles of healing magic on people regardless of status since childhood, she was called Saint Maria. Our relationship began back in our academy days. One day, he suddenly called out to me, "Won't you teach me healing magic?" At first, I thought he was trying to hit on me. When men approached me, it was always for that purpose. Maria grinned mischievously. With her long, silky black hair and skin as white as porcelain, and mystical eyes. She was still as beautiful as she was praised to be in the hero's epic, if not more polished now. But when I listened to him, I realized he was serious. He had the mistaken notion that the hero was a warrior who could use both attack magic and healing magic. The hero was originally supposed to be a warrior who could use both attack and healing magic, and that should still hold true, but was it really such a strange notion? It was strange. Or rather, back then, having the innate talent for both attack magic and healing magic as well as excelling as a warrior was deemed impossible. But isn't he the hero who can make the impossible possible in order to defeat the Demon King? When you put it that way, I suppose so. However, for over 200 years, no such person had appeared. I heard that in the beginning after the Academy's establishment, they trained warriors who could use both attack magic and healing magic, but they soon stopped because it was so inefficient. In the first place, attack magic and healing magic are incompatible. Magic is the art of perceiving and utilizing the principles of the world as mana, but we priests perceive the principles of the world as God's grace and use that power on God's behalf instead. Because our fundamental concepts differ, it's difficult to reconcile the two. The differing nature of attack magic used by magicians versus the miracles of healing magic was still a subject of debate. While there were some who could do both, there was the disadvantage that both ended up at a low level. Add to that, the training of a warrior is different from the training of a priest. The Academy divided classes by profession to specialize and improve efficiency. So did you teach ours healing magic? I was interested, so I did. Whether someone without talent could receive God's grace or not. Maria was a woman full of compassion with an unwavering smile, but her remark was somewhat provocative. What exactly constituted talent as a priest anyway? Whether they can sense God's presence or not, that's it. How devout they are doesn't matter. She flat out denied any connection with devotion. While greater devotion can come from sensing God's presence, one doesn't start sensing God's presence just because they're devout. I've seen many people more devout than myself. But when it comes to sensing God's presence, they don't. This is simply talent. While it was common knowledge that priests required innate talent, God's grace, denying the connection with devotion to this extent was rare, and from a bishop at that. It's not taboo or anything. There are just many who don't want to acknowledge it. But let's get back on track. He was someone without any talent or even devotion, who thought, if God exists, why do evil creatures exist? Quite the audacious remark. But it's not uncommon for those like warriors who actually battle evil creatures to think that way. When it came to the relationship between God and evil creatures, there was often debate, but priests uniformly avoided giving a clear answer, saying, it is God's deep, unfathomable will. So I became interested. Could someone without talent or faith use healing magic? I wondered. That's why I started teaching him. Is it simple to teach someone healing magic? No, it's not simple. Especially for someone without talent. Telling a person who has never sensed God's presence to perceive God's existence is quite difficult. It's like teaching words to a dog. But you succeeded, didn't you? The hero's legend says that ours could use God's miracles. It succeeded, did it? Well, I suppose it did. After receiving guidance from me, he gradually began to sense the presence of the gods. And after more than 2 years, he finally managed to learn basic recovery magic. Ultimately, if he managed to learn it, isn't that a success? If you aim to be a priest, you could learn it in about a month, even if you're slow. In fact, if you have the talent, you could unconsciously perform it. However, in his case, he made no progress for 2 years. I couldn't understand why he continued to put in the effort. Even if he didn't achieve any results, isn't it because he aimed to learn recovery magic that he became a hero? Do you think so? At first, I found it intriguing. Ah, indeed, miracles from the gods won't happen to those without talent, I thought. But he continued to practice recovery magic, which showed no signs of progress even after 2 years. An ordinary person would have given up after 3 months of no results. Perhaps with talent or faith, one could persist, but he had neither. Why couldn't you understand why ours practiced recovery magic? There have been rumors that the ancient legendary heroes could use recovery magic, but I don't know if that's true. Furthermore, for over 10 years until now, the roles within a party have been well established. As long as the warrior class functions as the vanguard, there's no need for them to use recovery magic. That's common sense. So, not only me but everyone at the academy felt it was strange that he was practicing recovery magic. Now that you mention it, indeed, frontline warriors don't necessarily need to use recovery magic. It would be convenient if they could, but as long as they function well as a party, the need for it is minimal. That's right. However, I only taught him about the existence of the gods, and I didn't constantly monitor his practice. I did give him advice a few times, warning him that he had no talent, but ultimately, I couldn't stop him. But ours managed to learn recovery magic. Even without talent or faith, it was proven that he could use recovery magic. However, he only learned basic recovery magic, so I didn't think it was of much significance. With just basic healing magic, all you can do is soothe small wounds and bruises. That level of minor wounds and pain will heal over time anyway, so it's not considered to have much significance. Even among us priests, it was common sense that such insignificant damage didn't need healing during battle. We'd have no end if we had to care for every little wound. But he understood the importance of healing even such minor wounds. Is it important to heal even small wounds? Even if it seems trivial, leaving it unattended accumulates and clearly slows you down. Rather, any wound, big or small, hinders movement to some degree, so if you want to keep moving at full strength, you have to heal everything. I healed his major damage, and he healed his own minor damage. The tenacious fighting style of the hero wouldn't have been possible without basic healing magic. The hero's epic praises Ars's indomitable spirit, never succumbing to any hardship or adversity. So the secret was in basic healing magic. Yes, I'd say so. Or rather, he understood the importance of accumulating all those minor things. Even when impossibly strong monsters appeared, he defeated them by accumulating minor wounds, and when seemingly insurmountable difficulties blocked his path, he broke through by steadily accumulating effort. It's easy to explain, but it took a very long time to do those things. There were times we battled an enemy for 3 days and 3 nights before defeating it, but afterwards we'd all just collapse on the spot unconscious. If we'd been attacked then, we would have been annihilated. Maria smiled fondly as she recalled those days. But wouldn't the journey have become considerably longer if you did nothing but that? The hero's journey didn't seem that long. Oh yes, if we left everything up to him the journey would have taken forever, but Leon, Solan and of course I were excellent, so we usually resolved things quickly. We'd say to him, if we left it all up to you, the Demon King would die of old age. We were all contrarians, so maybe we were trying to look down on him. But at times like those he'd just laugh and scratch his head and say thanks. You saved me. It made us feel like the stupid ones. It sounds fun, but did you love Ars? I've answered that question many times, and each time I give the same reply, that I didn't love Ars. And that's the truth. There was no lie in her expression. There are rumors that you can't forget Ars and have remained single because of him, but you ask very personal questions. I simply missed my chance to marry. If I'd had a little more courage, I could have married long ago. They call me a saint, but the real me is a very timid person. Why did the hero die? It's sad, but that must have been God's will. I can't explain it anyway, but that Ars's role as a human being was something like that. Fragment 1. At the academy, students were divided into classes by their aspired profession: warrior, priest, magician, but you could only study your field of expertise. This was a complete miscalculation. I thought that even in the warrior class, we'd be able to learn attack magic and healing magic to some extent since it was a school aiming to foster a hero. However, because of the inefficiency of teaching both close combat and magic simultaneously, and above all the innate aptitude required for magic, the roles were completely separated. But I couldn't just give up. The hero has to be able to use both attack magic and healing magic, and more than that, I felt the necessity for it myself. Will you teach me healing magic? The one I called out to was a famous person in the priest class, Maria Lauren. She was a beauty with long, lovely black hair and skin as white as porcelain. Of all the people I'd met so far, she was definitely the most beautiful woman. Of course, I didn't call out to her because she was beautiful. While the other priest class students were desperately focused on their lessons, she alone was composed, so I hoped she might teach me healing magic. In addition, she had a reputation as a saint, a woman of loving kindness. I don't think warriors need to use healing magic, do they? She smiled and replied, I want to become a hero. So I want to be able to use magic too, I said. At that, Maria's eyes widened. The other people around also murmured, I see. Certainly the hero is said to be that kind of person. However, it's now considered inefficient to master both sword and magic, so it's not recommended much anymore. You knew that, correct? Yeah, I know. A teacher told me the same thing and refused to teach me healing magic. Oh my, so you want me to teach you because a teacher refused? That's right. I heard you're talented even among the priest class, and compassionate like a saint, so I thought maybe you'd teach me. Don't you think you're being rather presumptuous, asking Lady Maria just because she's kind? Interjected a priest class girl with a slightly plump, stern face. Her disposition seemed more fitting for the warrior class than the priest class. No, I don't mind. Maria gently told the plump girl. While it's true I'm far from a saint and have much training left to do, guiding people is also the duty of one who serves God. When I have time, I'd be happy to teach you about God. Maria smiled with abundant compassion. Upon hearing her, the people around sang praises of Maria. How kind she is, as expected of a saint, to preach the teachings of God even to a commoner like that. At the time, I also sincerely thanked Maria. But later I would come to realize there was no falsehood in her words that she was far from a saint. Section. Some time afterwards, as I was swinging my sword behind the school building, Maria approached me. "Ars, do you have a moment?" "Oh, Maria. By any chance, are you going to teach me healing magic?" "No, it's pointless to teach healing magic to one who cannot sense God's presence. It would be like teaching arithmetic to a monkey. You understand, yes?" "I suppose, more or less." I was a bit bothered at being compared to a monkey, but I understood for the most part. "So how do I sense God's presence? Please buy me some delicious bread." Maria smiled cheerfully. "Ha! Bread? What does that have to do with God? You mustn't think. You must feel. Now, go buy some bread. Hurry." Although I didn't really get it, as the one being taught, I ran at full speed to buy bread. And at the school store, I purchased what looked to be the most delicious bread I could find, then returned with it in hand behind the school building. "What is this?" Maria looked at the bread I'd bought with a cold gaze, as if it were an insect carcass. "What do you mean, it's bread?" Maria heaved an exaggerated sigh. "You don't understand, do you? I told you to buy delicious bread. Did you properly speak to God? Asking where can I find delicious bread? Ha! God knows where delicious bread is. Could it be God was a bread enthusiast? God is omniscient and omnipotent, so he knows everything. Whether it's delicious bread or sweets. You had to perceive the presence of the gods to buy bread. Trying to get away with buying bread from a nearby bakery. That's blasphemy against the gods, you know? It seemed that searching for delicious bread was the first step in getting to know the gods. Or at least, that's what she said. But was it true? Well, I suppose it's fine for today. I am a merciful person, and I am hungry. Ha! Could it be that I was just being used because she was hungry? Be more careful next time. Maria said this and then took the bread from me and left. And on another cold winter day, I was summoned by Maria to the riverside. "As a merciful person, I've come up with a trial for you." At this point, I couldn't help but have a bad feeling. "Well, you see, I'd prefer if you could just teach me in a normal way." "What are you talking about? Despite receiving guidance from priest when you were a child, you still couldn't perceive the presence of the gods, could you? There's no way a normal method would work, right?" Maria displayed an exaggeratedly exasperated expression. "For the sake of a pitiable lamb like you, I've come up with this trial. Can't you just agree? I mean, yeah, I guess, if you put it that way." "Exactly. Shall we begin, then?" Maria picked up a stone from the riverside and offered a prayer over it. The stone, blessed by the gods, emitted a faint light. "Take this stone." I was handed a dimly glowing stone. "What do I do with this?" "Throw it as far as you can into the river. The farther, the better." I did as instructed, but because the river was quite wide, the stone landed right in the center of the river with a loud splash. "Then go and fetch it." What was she saying? This woman had suggested something absurd. It's a stone blessed by the gods. If you can perceive the presence of the gods, you should be able to find it easily. No, there's no point in searching for it at the riverbed, right? The river appeared to be quite deep, with a strong current. I could end up drowning. Searching the riverbed like this was absurd. "What are you talking about?" Maria let out a heavy sigh. "You can't perceive the presence of the gods in your daily life, can you? So you have to place yourself in an extreme situation, don't you? Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Well, I mean, if you put it that way, it does make some sense." "I'm glad you understand." Maria beamed with a satisfied smile. "Then, do your best." For the next 3 hours, I experienced a hellish time in the freezing river, looking for the stone. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack because I couldn't even see if the stone was shining or not at the riverbed. When I picked up a stone from the riverbed and handed it over, "Are your eyes rotten?" she said coldly. And without any sympathy, she threw the stone back into the river. She was a heartless woman. Finally, after many repetitions of this absurd exercise, I managed to find the stone, and when I emerged from the river, Maria, wearing a sinister, gleeful smile, said, "Could you feel the presence of the gods?" Well, in a way, I felt their presence quite close when I thought I was about to be summoned by them. I said this with a touch of sarcasm. One step closer, then. She didn't seem to mind my sarcasm and just smiled. But I thought I might die with that one step. Section. Maria's trials continued every week in a similar fashion, and by the time I reached my second year, I still couldn't learn recovery magic. The only thing I had learned was the locations of the delicious bread shops and sweet stores in the capital city. When I pointed out this fact to Maria, she replied, "Knowing the locations of good sweet shops can make women happy. It will be useful in the future." I couldn't imagine a future where I got along with girls, even if Maria in front of me was different. I had mixed feelings about the effectiveness of the trials, but since there was no one else to rely on for recovery magic, I had no choice but to trust her. However, one day, a change in my senses occurred. Specifically, I became unusually good at finding delicious bread and sweets. Could it be that I can hear the voice of the gods? Thinking this, I recited a prayer I had learned long ago. To my surprise, I successfully healed one of the small wounds on my arm. I did it. What Maria said was true. To be honest, I had almost given up, so I was very moved. What a surprise, Maria was a genuine saint. Why hadn't I believed in her more? If I had believed in her and gone through the trials, I might have learned it earlier. My heart was filled with gratitude and apology to Maria. I immediately headed to the priest class and thanked Maria. "Thank you, Maria. I can use recovery magic now." "Really?" Saying that, Maria was left speechless, and her stunned expression was something I would never forget. Section. Fragment 2. I think I was around 3 years old when my mother took me to church and I asked her, "Mother, why is everyone praying?" "To make requests of God," she said, "so that everyone can become happy." But God wasn't looking this way. From when I first became self-aware, I could sense God's existence. Yes, just his existence. My devout parents and those around me called it a miracle and said I must be a saint. But to me, it didn't seem like a miracle at all. Because God had absolutely no interest in us humans. Even though my father, mother, and all the faithful were earnestly offering up their prayers, God was turning his back on them. It was such a cruel scene, and yet also comical. It was like humans were one-sidedly harboring unrequited love for God. I didn't want to become like that. So I just thought about how to make good use of God's power, and used God's miracles, healing magic, without any real faith. There was no sincerity there at all. Because it would have been pointless. I initially thought all the clerics must feel the same way. Meaningless prayers don't have much significance, so I assumed everyone understood that and was just going through the motions. But I was wrong. The clerics were also somehow clinging to God's power through their prayers and performing miracles. That's no different than casting magic spells. They seem to vaguely sense God's presence, like a faint fog, but can't grasp it clearly. And that very vagueness makes them see God as something great. I was a clever child, so I didn't deny their faith. On the contrary, I just played along on the surface, so they would praise me as a saint and child of God for being able to use God's power and perform miracles despite not really having faith. That suited my parents as well. So it became a habit for me to act that way from a young age. I didn't find it painful. But the more I acted that way, the more distance I felt between myself and those around me. The only exception was a boy my age named Solan. Even as a child he was called a prodigy for his intelligence, but for that very reason he seemed to doubt God. If God was on man's side, evil creatures like demons would not exist. The fact that demons exist proves God is not on man's side. Or perhaps this world was not created by God, he nonchalantly claimed. So even though he was considered a prodigy, people kept their distance because of statements like that. I knew he was the only one speaking the truth, so I felt a sense of affinity and started talking with him a little. But I kept a certain distance to avoid being seen as strange myself. Section. Even as a small child I was often praised for my looks, and combined with my supposed miracles, I came to be called a saint. But that was simply because my parents were attractive people. God had nothing to do with it. Still, as I grew up, it was clear from people's reactions that I was becoming more and more beautiful. I received many courtship offers, but those men were only seeing me as the saint, not the real me, so I had no desire to associate with them. Sometimes aristocrats would even arrogantly demand my hand in marriage. My family were low-ranking nobles, so refusing would normally have been difficult, but since I was publicly pronounced a saint who would enter the church in the future, I cleverly dodged them by claiming the authority of the church as a shield. My parents also wished for that. And so at the age of 15 I entered Farm Academy. No one in the country, student or teacher, could use healing magic better than I could, so there was no real meaning in attending. But there is a proper order and decorum to things, so I had no choice but to enroll. For appearances, I acted deferential to the teachers and passed my school days as a model student. Meanwhile, Solan, who was also in the sorcerer class, openly voiced his discontent and didn't seem to get along well with the others. He's poor at personal relationships. No, he has a truly pure heart. My academy life was tranquil. The teachers respected me, and my classmates revered me even more than the teachers. The lessons were boring, but my life had always been that way, so I didn't think much of it. Then Ars appeared. He suddenly wandered into the cleric class and abruptly asked me, "Could you teach me healing magic?" Even I was shocked. First of all, he was of common birth. I am a noble, even if only of lower rank. He had no business speaking to me so familiarly, and I'd never heard of a warrior learning recovery magic. Could he be trying to court me by making such an absurd request? I talked with him a little to try to figure out his motives, and it seems he is seriously aiming to become a hero. Moreover, his ideal image of a hero is a warrior who can use both attack magic and healing magic. What is he thinking? Does he still believe in such a legendary, fictional character? As far as I can see, he has absolutely no affinity with God. There is no chance of success. It would not be an overstatement to call it impossible. Yet his eyes were serious. Unlike others just blindly following common sense and living out their days driven by those around them, he was different. This could be interesting. For the first time, I felt an emotion sprouting within me. I wasn't sure what it was, but I decided to hear him out. Section. From that day forth, my academy life began to take on color. How can I get someone with no talent to learn healing magic? I seriously contemplated the question. According to Ars, he had received some guidance on healing magic from the priest in his hometown, but he hadn't felt anything at all. This was hopeless. Through normal means there was absolutely no way he would ever succeed at healing magic. No, through normal means. God already has no interest in people to begin with, so lightly saying some prayers certainly won't make him look your way. Ars would need to take some very amusing, no, attention-grabbing action that would catch God's interest. As I was thinking about this, I started to feel hungry. Bread, yes. Having Ars buy and bring back bread would be good. Searching for bread while seeking out God's presence would make a great trial. Surely he would find delicious bread. I immediately went looking for Ars and told him to go buy bread and bring it back. The first trial's result, Ars ordinarily bought bread from the academy store and brought it back. How disappointing. Doesn't he lack the determination to earnestly sense God's presence? I tried eating it just in case, but it was ordinary. This won't do. I need to impose stricter trials. Yes, these trials are all for Ars's benefit. But what is this feeling welling up so vigorously within me? Could this possibly be love? My heart won't stop pounding. Next I'll have him search for a rock on the river bottom. Section. After imposing many trials on Ars, the bread and sweets he brought back gradually became more delicious. Coming up with trials for Ars's benefit me every day, making him overcome the unreasonable trials with reckless abandon once a week. My life is filled with joy. For the first time, I thanked God. Thank you, God, for giving me such a wonderful person. As for whether Ars was actually sensing God's presence, to be frank, I had no idea. After all, I know of no precedent where God suddenly granted someone favor. I explained to Ars, right from the start, it was an unreasonable request. Whether one can sense God's presence or not is decided at birth. If you have talent, it becomes easy to use. If there's even a little promise, with just a small trigger it becomes usable. But ours didn't even have that little promise. Pulling this off would be nothing short of a miracle. Even understanding that, he did not give up. I don't know what drove him, but without ever succumbing to defeat, he would surmount the unreasonable trials, the trials I imposed, displaying indomitable will. Looking back, ever since I started these trials, I had been showing him my true unvarnished self. Yet he accepted me, not as the saint but as myself, and kept taking on the trials. I found myself wishing for hours to sense God's existence. At the same time, I also feared this sweet time coming to an end. Watching his relentless determination as he took on the trials was both comical and made me sense the beauty of humanity. And then that day arrived suddenly. Thank you, Maria. I can use healing magic now. Ours was beaming. It was clear his words did not contain the slightest falsehood. Are you serious? I unconsciously let indelicate words slip out in my shock. For the first time in my life I had witnessed a miracle. And not a miracle granted by God, but one accomplished by human hands. I did not believe in the existence called heroes. I thought they were nothing more than figment of fantasy. Yet now, right before my eyes, stood a hero. Chapter 3. Solan's chapter. He is no hero. He is just a fool. The man who was called a great sage said with distaste. Wearing a purple magician's robe, the skinny and stern-looking man seemed neurotic, giving off an air that made people not want to go near him unless necessary. This was Solan Barkley. Called a prodigy from childhood, it was said that when he entered Farmi Academy, his magical abilities already surpassed the teachers. And now, through creating new magic and making many magical discoveries that greatly contributed to the world, some saw him as a problem child who barely attended classes. What exactly is a hero anyway? Someone strong? Someone with powerful magic? Isn't it someone who defeats the demon lord? If you defeat the demon lord, you become a hero? Or you defeat the demon lord because you're a hero? How foolish. It's like the chicken or the egg argument. He had no power or magical ability. He had none of the qualities a hero should have. And yet the world's fate was entrusted to a man like that. It's unbelievable. He should never have become a hero, and the people who made him one must have lost their minds. But he did defeat the demon lord. That's just hindsight. He was lucky, or rather, no, with enough effort like his, anyone could have done it. It was because the rest of us were negligent and pushed everything onto him. Leon, Maria, and I should have done more. As for the others, don't even get me started. To think those people who did nothing can just casually go on living, it's intolerable. Leon called the effort extraordinary. Extraordinary? Do you think you can defeat the demon lord by swinging a sword 1,000 times every day? Do you think chanting magic 100 times will make you capable of facing the demon lord? There's no way it's that simple, right? It's different from aiming to become a knight commander or a court magician. You have to put in the tremendous effort to defeat the demon lord. You can't expect to defeat the demon lord by just making ordinary efforts. Being extraordinary is only natural. I heard you taught Ars magic. He kept pestering me to teach him, coming to me again and again asking me to teach him magic. Apparently the magic professors refused to teach him. Of course they would. Even now, warriors aren't taught magic at this academy. It's inefficient and a waste of time. So he came begging me instead. Since you know more magic than the professors, please teach me, he said. So you taught him. Just the basics. More like passing time than teaching. But instructing someone in magic led to various discoveries for me as well. It wasn't a bad experience, I suppose. Because of him, I've started taking on disciples now. Without that incident, I probably would have looked down on others and never bothered teaching anyone until the day I died. Did Ars have talent for magic? No way. Of all the people I've met, he was the most lacking in magical aptitude. You've met Leon and Maria, right? Didn't they say the same thing? He had no talents whatsoever. Neither swordplay, nor magic, nor divine miracles. He had nothing. He was just an ordinary man. But it said the hero Ars used magic. Well, I guess. If it takes him chanting a fire spell to do what Flint and Tinder can do faster, that's the level we're talking about. It was something he barely managed after training himself to death. I thought it would be completely useless, but it turned out to be useful. It did. And not just once or twice. He was skilled at using magic. Or rather, he had good instincts for using it. For example, instead of just casting fire magic directly at enemies, he would first coat them in oil and use the spell as an ignition source. While exchanging blows with his sword, he would cast a wind spell directly into his opponent's eyes. That sort of application. Even weak spells were highly effective when he used them. I learned a lot from him. Magic can become 10 times stronger or completely useless depending on how it's used. In the first battle at the Great Roseloff Forest, I was so shocked when my strongest magic had no effect on the demon that my mind went blank. It's embarrassing to admit. He told me then, use weaker magic just to buy time. That's all you can do for now. Normally I would never have listened to his commands, but at that time I was so bewildered I just acted like a puppet. And his advice paid off. So that's why you decided to join his party. Back then I was arrogant. I thought that even alone, I could defeat the Demon Lord. At most, I considered that I could deign to join if it were with Leon and Maria. That's how I saw it. Leon and Maria probably thought the same way. Those two put on the airs of saints, but at their core they were just as arrogant as me, looking down on others. But after having my powerlessness exposed and getting beaten down at the Great Roseloff Forest, I joined up with him. Without him, the rest of us would have formed parties with hangers-on and the like, and been killed off quickly. Each of us was certainly excellent, but without him we never would have united. It was because ours was there that you could demonstrate your power. Well, I'll say this. While Leon, Maria, and I could have been replaced by others and the Demon Lord still defeated, without him the Demon Lord could not have been defeated. Isn't that the quality of a hero? Don't mess with me. I told you, he was just a fool. A hero is nothing special. An ordinary man should have just quietly lived out his ordinary life. We were certainly geniuses. Relying arrogantly on our talent, we were scum. But he had nothing, and yet ended up being called a hero. It's easy to say Sir Hero, but what do those people really understand about him? Do they know what he went through and sacrificed to defeat the Demon Lord? There were many more talented than him. Myself included. It was because we did nothing that he had no choice but to become a so-called hero. You fought the Demon Lord as a sage. You didn't do nothing. Of course I fought him. I'm a genius after all. Leon and Maria only fought because it was expected of them, their duty, their destiny. But he was different. He bent destiny itself and fought the Demon Lord. Even if it was what he wanted, I'd rather not have him called by the name hero. Why did the hero die? Who knows? Are you satisfied with just that? If so, go home. This conversation is over. What was the cause of Ars's death? So that's what you really wanted to know. Solan, who had looked sullen until now, suddenly laughed in amusement. As we reported, Ars was killed by a demon. There's no mistake about that. However, we didn't actually see him die. He was killed by a subordinate after defeating the Demon Lord. I suppose you could say that. Why weren't you there? Just bad luck, I guess. Is that all you wanted to ask? If so, we're done here. It's possible to think you killed Ars given the circumstances, isn't it? I see, you could look at it that way. But no, that's impossible. We couldn't have killed Ars. Even if we wanted to. Because Ars was too strong. No, it was simply impossible, that's all. Just one last question. What was Ars to you? He was a friend. Just a friend. The only one. But in that battle, I lost him. He was a truly ordinary and humble man. Ah, but there was one quirk he had. A quirk. When we set out on the journey to defeat the Demon Lord, the king had a painter make portraits of us all. Ars nitpicked the details of his portrait. Make my nose a little higher, make my eyes a bit bigger, and such. Even without him saying anything, the painter would have flatteringly embellished it, so we all laughed at him fussing over it. We wondered if he was self-conscious about his ordinary UN hero-like looks. Solan twisted his mouth in a small smile. If you want to know more about ours, go to his home village of Taileyes. To properly chronicle the hero's tale, you'll have to go that far, right? Section. Fragment 1. Having gradually gotten used to the sword training I imposed on myself and Maria's trial held once a week, I decided to move on to my next goal. Yes, learning attack magic. I asked a magician class teacher just in case, but was flatly rejected. Well, this was within expectations. I already had my eyes on a student who seemed likely to teach me attack magic. Solan Barkley, called a prodigy and future great sage. Since he had magical abilities surpassing teachers when he entered the academy, he was a problem child who barely attended classes. I chose him for one reason. In the academy he just wandered around, looking bored, so it seemed he had free time. Therefore, on the rare day I spotted him, I immediately called out, "Solan Barkley, teach me magic." "No way." Without even looking at me, Solan answered and tried to leave. Gaunt and with a stern expression, he gave off an aura of rejecting others completely. "Wait a minute, won't you listen to what I have to say?" I cut off his path, blocking his way. "No need to listen. You're ours." An idiot seriously aiming to be a hero. Pointlessly training your sword skills using Leon as a model, getting toyed with by Maria weekly. And now you want me to teach you attack magic, right? Ridiculous. Why should I waste my genius time for the likes of you? Do what you want, throwing away your life meaninglessly, but don't get in my way or I'll show no mercy. Making his harsh expression even harsher, Solan spat all at once. "You know well. You know the reason. Please, teach me magic." "Were you listening? I said don't get in this genius's way, you commoner." "Got it. But you're bored, right?" "Me, bored? When you come to the academy, you seem to have nothing to do. You don't seem to have friends either. As if you have any friends." Seeing Solan gather magical power in his right hand, I hurriedly gave way. Looks like he's sensitive about not having friends. "Don't ever involve yourself with me again." Spitting that out, Solan left. Section. 1 week later, seeing Solan again, I called out to him. "Yo, Solan. Did you think about our talk last time? Do you not have a memory? Or has Maria's teasing messed up your head? Also, don't casually call my name. I'll kill you." From then on, whenever I saw Solan, we had exchanges like this. Whenever we met, Solan hurled abuse like die trash scum, but after having my mental strength pointlessly tempered by Maria's trial, that level of verbal abuse had no effect on me. Then one day, about a month later, he finally stopped. Fine, I get it, maggot. You have a point. I am bored at the academy. I'm only here due to trivial complications. I heard Solan was only enrolled here to keep up the academy's reputation, forced by his parents. My family are minor nobles. My dad's a skilled sorcerer, but even so, the difference in status is hard to overcome. The academy director, who's a senior nobleman, pressured my dad to have me enrolled here, so they could boast, "Solan Barkley is attending this academy." I killed time reading books in the library the first month, but now I have nothing to do. However, the teacher also has the right to choose. Saying that, Solan took several books from his pocket. More than could physically fit. Must be some kind of magic. These books are given to magician class students here. They say if you read and understand them you can use basic magic, but really you also need talent. I'm not saying you'll be able to use magic. Just memorize the book contents. Give it a week, I guess. A week? No way I could memorize so many books in such a short time. It's a year's worth of magician class lessons. Totally unreasonable. Can't do it. I think trying to be a hero is way more impossible. In the first place, wanting to use magic without any talent, saying you can't with just that level of thing, then you'll never be able to use magic. When he puts it that way, Solan has a point. He's not saying anything weird. More than anything, it's reasonable compared to Maria's trial. Got it. 1 week. I'll memorize it. Teach me magic then. I don't lie. Saying that, Solan left. Returning to my room, I immediately started reading the books. The contents were a little difficult, but had some similarities to the sorcery books I read before, so it was surprisingly understandable. From that day I stopped sword training, avoided Maria's trial, begrudged any time sleeping, and threw myself into the books. Day and night endlessly, even during classes and meals, I spent all my time reading the books. Then, 1 week later when I saw Solan, I rushed over to him. I memorized it. I see. Solan was indifferent to my excitement. Then let's go. Solan headed towards the school building. Where to? Aren't you going to check if I remember or not? I don't say what I can't do. And you don't lie. If so, there's no need to check. I was stunned for a moment, but soon chased after Solan. Where Solan went was an empty classroom. Okay, try chanting a fire spell. Following his instructions, I chanted the fire spell written in the book. But nothing happened. The spell is correct. But I don't feel any mana in the chant. Do you have the image of fire? Yes, I'm imagining fire like the book said. What kind of fire? A fireplace fire. Your image is weak. Imagine a blazing flame. In this way, Solan gave detailed instructions and taught the book contents even more thoroughly. There were no immediate results, but Solan was always serious. Interesting, quite interesting. This may allow more detailed analysis of the basic principles of magic. But there's not even a hint that I can use magic. That's exactly why it's interesting. I was able to use magic unconsciously, but if I figure out what to consciously focus on when chanting spells, it could increase the efficiency of magic. In other words, if the process of you chanting spells becomes clear, we may be able to fundamentally improve magic. What Solan said was somewhat understandable yet incomprehensible, but he taught me earnestly. Solan only comes to the academy once a week, so he can only teach me magic then. But through our conversations, we grew close. I thought he was a cynical and hard-to-approach person, but in reality he was a caring guy with a good heart. On one hand, I was flattered as a prodigy and genius, but on the other hand I had to deal with the complicated relationships between nobles since I was a child. That can be distorting. As a result, I couldn't trust those around me and was always alone. Solan said self-deprecatingly. Maria is the same. Her true self can just sense the existence of God. She's not really a saint. But she was burdened with the expectations of those around her and ended up how she is now. Outwardly she's fine, but inwardly she's quite frustrated. Still, there's no one else who can sense God's existence like her. Unlike those old bishops in their positions due to status. If Maria can't teach you, no one else will be able to. At her core, she really is a saint. Solan has complicated feelings towards Maria. So what are these trials of Maria like? She was whipped many times recently. She was told, if you pray earnestly to God, the pain will go away. I see. But healing your own wounds is the first step to God's miracle. Along with your body's healing response to the whipping, you may start to feel the existence of God. Recently, I got slapped while being called, that bald guy, old man, because she had her butt touched by a high-ranking bishop. And while I was being hit, Maria's face gradually turned into a lurid smile. It was kind of scary. Is this really okay? I have to learn recovery magic no matter what, but I have many doubts about Maria's guidance. Did it have any effect? The pain did go away midway. Maria called it a miracle of God, but I think my senses just went numb from the beating. Yet you don't seem to have any marks on your body. Solan casually examined my body. Maria beautifully healed just the whip marks. She said, since the details of the trial are secret, I must erase the evidence. Maria demonstrated her high skill in an unpleasant way. Well then, shall we start your magic training? I can't waste the time of a genius like myself. Solan averted his eyes from me and started the magic training section. And so my life at the academy passed in this way. I devoted all my available time to training. I was seen as a weirdo by the students and teachers and ridiculed. It's a fruitless endeavor since there are no results. But I could not give up on becoming a hero. And then, sometime after starting my 3rd year, I became able to use magic. A tiny fire spell activated from my fingertip. You did it. Solan rejoiced as if it were his own accomplishment. This is amazing. Magic can't be used without talent. Your hard work overturned that. This is something to be proud of. It's groundbreaking enough to overturn conventional magical theory. I was so happy I forgot to be happy for myself. Then, as the joy gradually welled up, tears rolled down my cheeks. Thank you. This is all thanks to you, Solan. Magic, which I had only dreamed of before, I could finally use. So I would never regret again. Section. Fragment 2. I think I was around 1 year old when I became able to read words. Around then, rather than picture books, I read my dad's collection of difficult books. Of course, I didn't understand the contents. My dad was always reading books, so I just tried to imitate him. Even though they were precious collections, Dad amusingly let a baby read them. Rather than reading being fun, I think I enjoyed sitting next to Dad and reading books together. Thanks to that, eventually I became able to understand the contents. With that kind of life, by the time I was 3 I was reading books about magic. Perhaps thinking it was dangerous, Dad soon stopped me from actually using magic. But when I turned 5, he allowed it and I used fire magic to completely char a teddy bear. I was severely scolded by Mom for that. Although she is generally tolerant, in our home she was the most sensible person. The story of me being able to use magic at such a young age quickly became a topic of discussion, and I was made to demonstrate magic at various places. It was like being a spectacle, but I was cocky about it at the time. However, while I was praised it's amazing he can use magic even though he's just a child, I was also told it's dangerous that a child can use magic, and I was clearly treated differently from other children my age. Parents who thought it was amazing had high hopes for my future and tried to get their own children close to me. Parents who thought it was dangerous kept their children away from me out of unease. Even as a child I noticed those distortions, and they also had a bad influence on relationships between children. I gradually distanced myself from other children and before I knew it, I spent my days reading books alone. I liked reading books and learning new magic was fun. But if asked whether I had no expectations of others, I couldn't be that detached. The only one who I could talk to was Maria, but unlike me, Maria had no expectations of others at all, so she was able to build good relationships with people. It's ironic. Section. When I turned 15, I still couldn't get along well with those around me. Therefore I focused on academic learning and mastery of magic, and my ability as a mage had become quite high. Dad was also happy saying he's better than me, and there were probably only a handful in the world who could still teach me magic. Therefore, there was absolutely no need for me to go to school. I thought I would just continue researching magic alone. However, that wish did not come true. The headmaster of Farm Academy, an upper-class nobleman, pressured my lower-class noble father to make me enroll in the academy. It was to add clout to his academy by having Solan Barkley as an enrolled student. My father tried to resist, but I accepted it. I didn't want to impose on my father. Academy life was as I had imagined. The class content was unnecessary for me and I finished reading through the academy's library collections in a month. The other students looked at me with a certain amount of suspicion. In short, I had nothing to do, but since I had enrolled I had no choice but to go to the academy. As a compromise between the academy and me, I only had to show my face there once a week. This would make me seem even more disconnected from those around me, but even just going once a week allowed me to grasp the circumstances at the academy. There was one guy I was interested in, Ars Schmidt, a commoner aiming to become a hero in earnest. Although the purpose of this academy is to train heroes, that has become pretense and there are practically none who seriously aim to be a hero. The only exception is Leon Mueller, the famous son of a count family, but in his case it would be more accurate to say he was recognized as one rather than aiming to become one. Although I don't know how Leon himself thinks. Amidst that, Ars openly stated his aim of becoming a hero without shame and designated Leon as his rival, striving in sword training. He is probably also receiving guidance in recovery magic from Maria. However, how seriously Maria is cooperating is questionable. What a foolish guy. It was foolish for a commoner to come to Farm Academy filled with nobles, and proclaiming an impossible ideal in this age is embarrassing. And if he came to this academy without even understanding that, he would be an utter fool. Section. Around halfway through the first year, that fool stood in my way. Solon Barkley, please teach me magic. I immediately refused. Because it would be futile. The talent for being a mage is almost entirely inborn. This man completely lacks that aptitude. I wanted nothing to do with him at all. Moreover, he tactlessly said you seem not to have any friends either. This made me harbor murderous intent. I almost used magic within the academy grounds. What could he understand about me? Barging straight into my inner space without any sense of proper distance is the act of a shithead. Section. A week passed, and when I went to the academy again, Oz spoke to me once more. His business was the same. To have me teach him magic. I drove him away with every abusive word I could think of. But every time I came to the academy, Oz spoke to me asking me to teach magic no matter how much I drove him away. He's a persistent bastard. He may be the first person to pester me this much. Most people got fed up with my poor attitude and left me alone. Then around a month later, I brought 5 magic books given out by the academy as textbooks. I had already memorized the contents, so they were unnecessary for me. When I went to the academy, as usual Oz came running to me, still making that dog-like face, stubbornly clinging no matter how much I brushed him off. I gave in. This guy has no ulterior motives. He is purely and innocently trying to learn magic in order to become a hero. For me to say, but he has such an awkward way of living. So I handed over the 5 magic books. I promised that if he could memorize the contents in 1 week, I would teach him magic. The 5 magic books were material that magic user classes took a whole year to memorize. For a magic novice to memorize in 1 week would be quite difficult. Nearly impossible. But for some reason, I thought Oz could do it. And if he couldn't, that just meant my slight expectations were mistaken. After handing over the spellbook, I pondered how to teach magic to someone with no talent. It was probably a futile contemplation. However, it turned out to be surprisingly intriguing. Looking back, it might have been the first time I had ever thought about doing something for someone other than my family. Section. A week passed, and when I went to the academy again, Oz came running to me. I memorized it. Looking at his face, it was clear he wasn't lying. I see. He accomplished it. I was surprised, even to myself, at how little surprise I felt. Logically, he should have accomplished something very difficult, but I was expecting more from him than imagined. Those expectations had no rationale. It was just a wish that I wanted it to be so. And Oz fulfilling that wish for me was a delightful thing, somehow. Immediately, in the empty classroom I had scoped out beforehand, I had Oz try to use magic. Of course, there was absolutely no reaction. Just because he could chant spells didn't mean anyone could become a mage. It was important to examine at what stage individual differences emerge. Whether the spells are chanted correctly, if there are any inconsistencies with the imagery of the spells, the principles of the world called mana, what exactly is it reacting to in the practitioner, and so on. There were many things that needed to be checked. Until now, those things had been dismissed with a single word, talent. Those who could do it could, those who couldn't do it couldn't. That's how it was. I had thought the same way. However, if those fundamental parts could be solved, magic might be advanced much further. On the days I went to the academy, I accompanied Oz in his magic training, and on the days I stayed home, I spent time on basic magical research. One day, my dad said, "Lately, you seem to be enjoying going to the academy." I thought about immediately denying it, but for some reason, I got tongue-tied and, "Well, it's not so bad," I said. "I see. There are things you can only learn at the academy. It's good that it's turning into a positive experience for you." He seemed happy. He must have felt apologetic about putting me into the academy and perhaps had some concerns about my social interactions. Section. Oz had been training in magic for over 1.5 years, but he still hadn't achieved any results and had now entered his 3rd year. However, on my part, I had made progress in analyzing the fundamentals of magic and had become more efficient in using magic. According to my analysis, anyone could use magic, but their inherent affinity for mana varied, and those without talent needed to develop that aspect. However, it was unclear how much training it would take to become proficient. It was like experimenting for the first time. There was even a possibility that I might never become proficient despite a lifetime of effort. I conveyed this to Ars, but he responded with a smile, saying, "If there's even a small possibility, I'll bet on it." He replied with a smile. He really likes fruitless things. I dislike fruitless things. No, I did. It's easy to ridicule something as fruitless, but fighting the fear that it may become fruitless while still progressing forward is the right thing to do, I came to think. And then one day, a faint light flickered from Ars' fingertip. It was a flickering flame so faint it could be blown out. But that was the first time I had thought a fire spell was so beautiful. It seemed to me like the light of hope of a person. Chapter 4. Ars chapter. The village was neither big nor small, just one of the many hamlets tucked away in the mountains. It was quite far from the royal capital, taking 10 days on horseback to get there. The people made their living by farming the land and living a pastoral life. Talai's village. It became famous for producing a hero. Do I know about Ars? Of course. I was his friend. I searched for someone around Ars' age still living in the village and asked them about Ars. Ars could do anything since he was little. He was strong, fast, and smart too. He was also really good looking, so all the girls his age had crushes on him. As if used to being asked, the man smoothly began talking about Ars. He was just amazing. Give him a sword and he'd be better than any adult in no time. He learned healing magic from the priest at the church and could cast spells too after reading the tattered old magic books from the village chief's home. I should mention that not even the village chief, let alone me, could read what was written in those books. They're written in some weird special text, right? But Ars studied and learned to read that strange writing. Of course he became the hero, so Ars already knew the sword, magic, and miracles of God even when he was in this village. Sure. You know too, right? The famous hero Ars could use the sword, magic, and healing. That's why he was chosen as the hero, right? Because he was so special. Why would someone so special bother enrolling in Farm Academy? Why? I guess he had to get in there to be recognized as the hero officially. Or maybe to find companions. I don't really know. Probably the fortune teller told him to go to the capital. Fortune teller? You mean the prophet? Yeah, that's the one. One day he suddenly came to the village and said the hero who will save the world will appear from this village. We were all amazed. Ah, it's definitely got to be Ars, we thought. He really was a special person after all. The prophet is known for appearing at critical junctures in the world and making pronouncements. Though with an active period spanning over 1,000 years, there are doubts over whether it is a person. There are also suggestions it is not the same individual each time. Did Ars and the prophet meet directly? I'm not sure. That fortune teller disappeared right after coming. He was just strange, you know, had this imposing dignified air about him. Anyway, a mysterious fella. So after receiving that prophecy, Ars set off for the capital? That's right. That's how it went. Ars really is amazing, huh? Amazing. Well, it's peaceful now, but back then monsters were raging everywhere. The journey to the capital was dangerous because of that. Trade routes were often cut off too, so the village suffered, or so my parents said. So a 14-year-old boy made that perilous journey alone? Yeah. Well, I guess he thought adults would just get in the way. But for him to make it there alone, he really is incredible. I parted ways with the candid villager and headed to Ars' family home. It belonged to the current village chief. Ars was the son of the current chief and grandson of the chief when Ars had set off on his journey. Thank you for coming all this way to our little village. I hear you want to ask about my son, about Ars. Having arranged our meeting by letter beforehand, Ars' mother Shayra welcomed me warmly. She looked to be in her early 50s but carried herself gracefully, making me think she must have been a beauty in her youth. What kind of child was Ars? He was a good boy, bright from young and didn't cause me any trouble. He was always eager to help out around the house. Really, a wonderful son. Shayra spoke slowly as if reminiscing. I heard he could do anything. Rather than anything, he was dexterous. Though it's true he was decent with the sword, could cast small miracles, and use magic, it wasn't anything extraordinary. He stood out since this is just a small village, but if he went somewhere with more people I think he'd be evaluated as an exceptionally gifted child at most. Could it be you aren't originally from this village? You're sharp. I'm from the capital originally, not from this village. I met my husband when we were studying in the capital. We got married and I came with him to live in this village. Actually, my husband and I were top students back in the capital, excelling in both studies and sports. So I didn't think our son was anything that special. Shayra smiled as if bragging just a little. However, ours was chosen as the hero. It was puzzling. He was our pride and joy, but not to that extent I felt. The villagers were celebrating, thinking the prophecy surely referred to ours, but neither I nor my husband believed it. You didn't believe the prophecy? Well, I wouldn't say we didn't believe it, rather we didn't want to believe it was about ours. Which parent wants their child fighting the Demon King after all? More than not believing, we didn't want to believe, I guess. Yet you sent him off as the hero? My father Law, who was village chief at the time, was excited about it. The villagers too. They were delighted one of their own would be the hero. The appearance of the Demon King had shrouded the world in gloom back then. This village was no exception. Amidst that, the people were overjoyed at the arising of the fabled hero. We couldn't exactly deny it. So to at least let ours gain more strength and find companions to journey with him, we sent him off to Farm Academy. Sending him to Farm Academy was your decision? My husband's and mine. We knew Farm Academy trained heroes. However, it was also an academy exclusively for nobles. I said there was no need to force entry. Gaining strength and finding comrades were the objectives, so anywhere that could fulfill those aims would have been fine, I thought. Ours was flexible, so I believed he would handle it well if we explained it like that, but in the end he entered Farm Academy, it seems. What did ours himself think about being chosen as hero? He was a bright boy, so he played the part to match the villagers' moods, I believe. But deep down he must have been anxious. More than anyone, he was aware he wasn't that outstanding. Sometimes when I woke up at night, I saw him outside swinging his sword absent-mindedly. He was so anxious he couldn't even sleep, I think. Yet he defeated the Demon King. And then he died too. We should be happy the world was saved, but neither I nor my husband can be truly glad. Why did our son have to die? I still think that. There must have been so many other qualified people, yet why did it have to be him? Shayra wiped away the tears trailing down her cheek. I glanced away from her and around the room. My eyes fell upon a sword decoratively displayed. It was beautifully maintained but showed extensive wear. Is that? It's his sword. Only the sword made it back. This sword has been passed down in our family for generations. Though we don't know its origins, it must have been a fine blade to accompany him to the end. Its return is our sole comfort. He didn't leave anything else behind. Ours companions brought back the sword. I never met any of the people who journeyed with ours. Zack was the one who brought it. Zack. Ours cousin of the same age. My husband's sister's son, but both his parents were adventurers. His father came from the Malika Kingdom, and when the Malika Kingdom was invaded by the Demon King, his parents went to render aid but lost their lives in that battle. Zack was left in our care before his parents departed. How did Zack come to return with the sword? Because ours went with Zack to the capital. After ours died, Zack told us that he received the sword from someone there. So he brought it back to our village. It said ours journeyed alone. Well, there was luggage and such, so we couldn't really send him completely alone. Besides, those two were raised together, so they got along very well. I'm sure having Zack there put ours a little more at ease setting off. The villagers exaggerate ours exploits, so they don't mention Zack. Or maybe they truly forgot about him. He wasn't a very noticeable child. Where is Zack now? After coming here, he said he would leave on a journey right away, and that's the last I've heard. I suggested that he should settle down in this village, but he firmly refused. He said, "I'm sorry, I let ours die, I'm so sorry." Even though he has nothing to apologize for. Did Zack travel with ours? He was just accompanying him to the capital city. Ours is just an ordinary kid, so he couldn't go on a journey to fight the Demon Lord and all that. He was a hard-working boy and tried his best at everything, but he was a bit clumsy. But he's a really good kid. I think Oz was able to learn many things because Zack was with him. When Oz started something, Zack would stick with it to the end. Do you know how hard it is to keep learning on your own? Having a friend who does it with you makes it possible. What do you think about the images of heroes that are spread throughout the world? They really resemble that child. We even bought a large painting of a hero and hung it up in our home. Indeed, there was a large painting of a hero with a striking presence displayed prominently in this house. Did Oz and Zack resemble each other? They looked quite alike, as cousins tend to. But Oz's eyes were a little bigger and his nose higher. Subtle differences, but they really changed the impression. Oz's looks were often praised, but Zack was said to be nondescript. Strange that such minor differences could make such an impact. Section. Fragment 1. It helps that Zack came along. Oz muttered after we had walked quite a distance from the village. But was it really okay for it to be me? Wouldn't a proper adult have been better? I gave voice to something I had been thinking all along. Sending 2 14-year-old boys to the capital seemed a little reckless. When it was decided someone would accompany Oz to the capital, a few of the single young men in the village were initially suggested. But the one Oz chose was me. Strangely, no one objected to his decision. Some adult I'm not close to would just make things awkward. Besides, they'd be eager to push me into fighting monsters as the hero, yet unwilling to take any risks themselves. Oz voiced criticism of the villagers that I'd never heard him say before. I winced in surprise at his words. It was true some of the men who had been in the running to journey with Oz were openly relieved when not chosen. They had realized it would be a dangerous trip. Oz rarely spoke ill of others, but it seems he harbored discontent towards the villagers' attitudes. Well, monsters are strong. My parents were killed too. No one wants to fight, I said, thinking of how my own parents, both adventurers, had lost their lives battling monsters and making a living that way. But as the hero, I'll have to fight those monsters. And even defeat the Demon King. What is a hero anyway? I never wanted to be one. But they say the world will be destroyed if I don't do it. It's terrible. Oz gave a hollow laugh. I've seen my mother crying at night sometimes. She doesn't really want me to become the hero. I knew that too. Oz's parents, my foster parents, doubted the credibility of the prophet's revelation. They probably hoped Oz would not have to be hero if they could help it. But Oz's grandfather, who was village chief, was overjoyed and led the villagers in celebrating Oz as the hero. It'll be fine. Oz can do it. He can use the sword, magic, even miracles. He's defeated plenty of monsters already. No one like that in the capital. I raised my voice in an exaggeratedly cheerful manner. Will it really? There are no professional warriors or mags in Taylai's village. We're all amateurs in the end. So who knows how strong I actually am when I boast about it here. Oz. I was taken aback at Oz's words. I had no idea he thought that way despite always being by his side. Sorry. Got a little carried away complaining after leaving the village. I've decided to do this as the hero, yet here I am getting weak-kneed. After that Oz never voiced such weakness again. But our conversation remained etched in my mind. Section. Our journey went smoothly. At the villages we stopped at along the way, Oz competently negotiated like an adult, obtaining water and food in exchange for the meager money we had. When encountering monsters, he avoided fighting if possible, only battling when it couldn't be helped. Even then, he would fight calmly and steadily after ensuring my safety. He used attack magic and recovery magic well, finishing them off with his sword. His conduct was truly befitting of a hero. We're currently walking down a thickly forested highway. The sky should be blue and clear, but the trees stretching to either side are so tall and dense they block the sky, leaving me vaguely uneasy. This road once bustled with people traveling to and from the capital, but after the Demon King's appearance, monsters overran the forest and not a soul uses it now. In fact, we haven't seen anyone else in half a day of walking. On the other hand, the number of monsters was indeed large, and we had already encountered them multiple times, but Oz had defeated them all. You're really something, Oz. You could have handled it all by yourself, couldn't you? I also had a sword for self-air defense, but I had never used it. On our journey, It was mostly used as a sparring partner for R's training. Zach, you overestimate me too much. It's tough to keep doing things on your own. I can move forward because you're here. When I started learning the sword, studying magic, and even when I was taught healing magic, it started with everyone doing it together, but when it didn't work out, people dropped out one by one. In the end, it was just you and me. Well, I couldn't learn magic or divine miracles. I replied with a smile. That's a shame, but you stuck with me until the end. That's pretty amazing. Continuing to do something that's not working out is tough. I was fortunate to be good at many things, but if things didn't go well, who knows what would have happened. I might have quit like everyone else. I can't imagine us not being good at something. But I wanted to at least master one thing, too. That was the truth. I had desperately tried to catch up to my cousin, who was the same age, but things never seemed to work out. There are things that didn't work out for me either. As I started to say that, ours stopped. I also stopped, sensing something was amiss. It was too quiet. I couldn't even hear the sounds of forest animals. Oh, did you notice? Truly living up to the name of a hero. With a smirk, someone emerged from behind a large tree ahead. They looked human, but their skin was purple. They had a robust physique, ears twice the length of a human's, and bright red eyes. Run! It's a demon, Ars shouted. Upon hearing that, I immediately ran back. Demons. They were the minions of the demon lord, and while they appeared human-like, they were significantly stronger in both power and magic than humans. The reason I immediately ran was not only because of my fear of demons, but also because I didn't want to hinder Ars. I soon heard the sound of clashing swords. Ars had started fighting the demon. I ran into the forest and kept a safe distance, watching the battle from behind a tree. The demon swung a massive sword I had never seen before. It moved with the force of a gale. I heard a hero was chosen by a prophet, but you're still just a kid. If I kill you before you grow up, it's nothing special. Ars was purely on the defensive against the demon's attacks, which could not only wound him but also potentially be lethal. Ars calmly dodged the attacks that he could and parried the ones he couldn't with his sword. Ars endured, and time passed slowly. Initially, the demon displayed confidence in the face of Ars' defensive strategy. However, it eventually grew frustrated. Your defense is admirable. But what about magic? The demon, who was unable to land attacks easily, stopped using its sword and extended its left hand forward, attempting to cast a spell. Ars didn't miss this opportunity. He stepped forward with the force of a released breath and delivered a swift strike to the outstretched hand of the demon, who had tried to invoke magic. Several of the demon's fingers danced in the air. "Gir, you little brat." The wounded demon quickly regained control of its massive sword and attempted to counter or attack Ars. However, the sword didn't have the same sharpness as before. His fingers are injured, so he can't grip the sword properly. Had Ars aimed for this? If he did, that was amazing. From that point, Ars went on the offensive, and the demon was forced into a defensive stance. Ars didn't aim for a powerful strike, but instead targeted the enemy's vulnerabilities with precise attacks. Take this. The demon, covered in countless small wounds, gradually began to weaken, even to the untrained eye. Victory was within reach, but Ars continued the fight methodically. Then, the demon, having missed Ars' sharp attack, finally dropped its sword. With a loud crash, the demon's sword fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ars swung his sword toward the demon's neck. However, the demon deflected the blow with his unarmed left hand. Although the blade dug into his arm, it didn't cleave it in two. Instead, the demon's arm looked like it had swallowed the blade as he flexed his muscles to stop it. "I can't pull it out." For the first time in this battle, Ars shouted. "You can have my left hand." The demon grinned and, with his right hand, sprouted large claws, then lunged at Ars. Ars released his sword, attempting to dodge the attack, but his abdomen was cut slightly. Despite the continuous pressure from the demon, Ars began to chant a spell. Wind. He unleashed a wind-based magic toward the demon's eyes. The demon evaded the spell, but Ars stepped backward to widen the gap between them. The demon pulled the sword that was embedded in its left hand and tossed it into the woods behind. Its left hand hung limply. It probably couldn't move it properly anymore. Ars muttered something. It was likely an incantation for magic. However, the magic he knew was all basic, and it didn't seem like it would be effective against the demon. Oh no. With that thought, I dashed toward Ars from the forest, holding my own sword. The demon started to move. Ars had managed to draw the enemy's attention, and he unleashed a fire spell. The flames enveloped the demon's head, but it charged forward without hesitation. Ars managed to evade, but his movements were sluggish. Could it be because of the wound on his abdomen from earlier? Ars, cat. I threw my sword toward Ars. The demon raised its right hand claws. Ars deftly caught the spinning sword and, without hesitation, dove into the demon's chest, thrusting the sword deep into its belly. We did it. I couldn't help but shout. However, I'll give you my life, but you will go down with me. With the sword piercing through its body, the demon clamped its massive teeth from its mouth over Ars' neck. Blood spurted forcefully from Ars' neck. Ars. My scream echoed through the forest. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Fragment 2. When I was 6 years old, Zach came to live at our house. His mother was my father's younger sister, so he was my cousin. We were the same age and had similar builds, so I was happy to have a new playmate. Zach's parents were adventurers, so they looked really cool. Zach's father was a warrior. Unlike the other villagers, he had a dignified face and his body was all muscle without an ounce of fat. He showed me his sword skills a few times, and I was amazed at how gracefully he could move. I wondered if he might be the strongest warrior in the world. Zach's mother was a mage. She was very smart and had taught herself magic by studying. The books and magic tomes she left at our house were tattered from being pored over so much. She showed me her magic once, and it was beautiful as it shot up into the sky. But Zach was so ordinary compared to them that I wondered, is he really their child? If anything, he was dull. However, even though he was clumsy, he had this weird tendency to persistently keep practicing at something until he got good at it, whether it was play or anything else. When I asked Zach about this, he said, "My family's motto is to keep at it until you can do it." But I didn't want him doing that and making playtime boring, so I would stop him at an appropriate point. After staying at our house for about a week, Zach's parents set off on a journey to fight the Demon Lord's army. I heard the country of Malika was being invaded by the Demon Lord's forces and a great battle was unfolding there, so if they could win that battle, there would be peace for some time. For some time? Wouldn't defeating the Demon Lord bring lasting peace? I asked my mother. It's difficult to have lasting peace unless the Demon Lord is defeated. But even a short period of peace earned through fighting is precious, isn't it? My mother replied with a sad look. Then I'll defeat the Demon Lord, I declared, wanting to encourage my mother. I see. She responded with a complicated expression. Ars, please take care of Zach. Zach's parents asked me before leaving on their journey. Of course, you can count on me. I accepted without hesitation since I respected them so much. But they held Zach tenderly in their arms for a long time. Seeing that, I thought that we might never see them again. The next day, I gathered the village kids and started practicing with wooden sword, telling them, "We're going to defeat the Demon Lord." I was serious, and my friends joined in enthusiastically. Of course, so did Zach. We were just swinging wooden swords, but it felt like we had become a band of adventurers. Our goal was to attain the swordsmanship of a warrior like Zach's father. We all intended to strive for the sword techniques he had shown us. However, Ars, I'm bored of this. Let's do something else. One of my friends said after about a month. Yeah, Ars, it's no fun since you're so much stronger than us. The other friends agreed. It seemed they had lost interest once a difference in skill level emerged from the practice. Certainly, I was the most skilled, and much better than my friends. Or maybe they hadn't been serious about the sword practice from the beginning, just extending playtime. Only Zach still seemed motivated. I see. Okay, let's stop the sword practice then. I decided to continue practicing just with Zach, while stopping the group lessons. Section. As the village chief's family, my father and mother were educated, so they taught Zach and I how to read and write. I quickly learned how to read characters and started reading the various books in our home. I think it was much later before Zach could read books. One of the books I read contained the story of a hero, and according to that, the hero could use attack magic like a mage and healing magic like a priest, not just a sword. Alright, then I should learn magic too. I simply thought. The one to defeat the demon lord is the hero. So I would need to be able to use magic as well. We had the magic tomes Zach's mother used for studying, but I figured those would be too difficult. Instead, I went to ask the village priest at the church if he could teach me healing magic. You want to learn healing magic? The priest in our village was still young and gave an impression of being gentle and timid. Yeah, I want to become a hero. A hero? I see, a hero. The priest pondered for a bit. Get your father's permission first. Then I can give you some simple guidance. Really, I shouldn't teach anyone except those training to become priests, but these are difficult times, he said with a kind smile. I immediately went home and talked to my father about it. Healing magic. I think only chosen people can use that. But if the priest says he'll give you some guidance, go ahead and try it. My father didn't seem to think I'd be able to learn healing magic. In any case, I got permission, so Zach and I went to the church and received instruction from the priest. Though really, he just taught us the words for a simple prayer and the proper mindset when praying. First, you have to be aware of God's presence. If you can be conscious of that, your prayers will naturally gain power, the priest said. Apparently those training as priests are able to sense God's presence. In other words, it's because they can sense God that they become priests. Since I had never felt anything like that before, I just repeatedly murmured the words of the prayer. Zach joined me in murmuring. As we earnestly prayed together, our friends came over. What are you doing? Practicing healing prayers. Healing prayers? Is ours becoming a priest? I'm going to be a hero, not a priest. If you say those prayers, will you be able to use healing magic? If I can sense God's presence and pray properly. Teach me too. Why? Farm work is hard on my family's fields. I want to become someone like a priest who just prays all day. I thought my friend's motive was impure, but taught him the prayer anyway. After that, more and more friends gathered and we started praying together. Their reasons were the same, that the priesthood was a respectable and easy job. After doing this for several days, my friends started dropping out one or two at a time. Of course, just chanting simple prayers over and over again was boring and meaningless. In the end, only Zach and I remained. To be honest, I wanted to quit too, but Zach kept at it seriously. I wondered if Zach wanted to learn the healing magic in order to go be with his parents. If so, there was no way I could make him stop. Section. Several months later, rumors of the war between Malika and the Demon Lord's forces reached our village. The army led by General Muller in this country succeeded in driving back the Demon Lord's forces, but because their arrival was late, the country of Malika was destroyed. It seems none of the volunteer adventurers fighting on the front lines survived. The night after hearing this news, my parents told me and Zach. From today, Zach is part of our family. Zach silently nodded. That night, Zach was quietly crying in his bed. From the next room, I could faintly hear his sobs as I offered up prayers for Zach's parents. I think that until then, I hadn't understood the meaning of the prayer words at all. I was just reciting them without thought. When I prayed earnestly for someone for the first time, a faint light dwelled in my clasped hands. The next morning after working that small but divine miracle, I went to the church to show the priest. Amazing. To be honest, I didn't think this was possible, but this is certainly a miracle of God. The priest placed his hand on my head and praised me. However, unfortunately, I don't sense that strong of power. At most, even if you master it, it will probably only be basic recovery magic. Do you still want to continue? I nodded firmly without hesitation. Section. After receiving several more months of instruction from the priest, I became able to use simple recovery magic. Unfortunately, even though Zach received the lessons together with me, He was unable to produce any divine miracles. Word that I could use recovery magic quickly spread through the village. Or rather, my grandfather, the village chief, happily spread the news. According to my father, when my grandfather found out that Zach's mother, his daughter, could use magic, he boasted about it all around the village as well. Because of that, villagers started coming to me to get minor injuries healed. It was good practice for healing magic, so I was grateful for it too. However, just as the priest said, I soon reached my limit. I could only use beginner healing magic, and couldn't invoke any greater miracles from God. To be honest, I felt like this was completely useless, so I decided to study attack magic instead. I had another reason for wanting to learn attack magic. I thought it would be pointless for Zach to try and learn more recovery magic. Since his mother was a magician, I figured it would be better to teach him attack magic. When I talked to Zach about this, he said, "Okay, if ours says so, we'll do it together." He seemed a little reluctant to give up on recovery magic, but we started studying together to learn attack magic. We had to start with learning the ancient language to be able to read the magic books. We read and studied hard together using books Zach's mother had left behind. Word spread around the village that we were studying attack magic. Then our friends came wanting to study together too. They simply thought people who can use magic become great. But since they couldn't even read or write, they had to start there. Having to learn to read and write, then the ancient language, and then read the magic books, the long road ahead made our friends quickly give up and disappear. Section. Studying magic took a long time. It was difficult to study, and we could only do it in between helping with household chores and sword training, so progress was slow. In the end, I successfully cast my first spell when I was 12 years old. It took over 5 years. Without Zach studying together with me, I would have never been able to continue. However, Zach was unable to master attack magic himself. Around this time, the Demon King's army started invading again. The number of demons increased, and their activity became more vigorous. In the village, a self-air defense group was formed, and the villagers also started training with weapons. We participated too, but since we had been training with swords all this time, I was far stronger than the adults. Sometimes I even started defeating demons that appeared near the village. As things progressed like this, being able to use both the sword and healing and attack magic, I came to be treated as a genius. My grandfather loudly proclaimed this child may be the hero, but I didn't think so. I knew Zach's parents. I was inferior with the sword compared to Zach's father. My attack magic couldn't match Zach's mother, and my recovery magic was nothing compared to the village priest. In other words, everything about me was half-baked. I had no idea at all how I could defeat the Demon King like this. Just then, a despairing event occurred. A prophet appeared in the village. The hero who will defeat the Demon King will come from this village. In front of many villagers, the prophet declared thus. The villagers looked at me as one. Please stop. Don't look at me like that. I wanted to shout that. There's no way I can defeat the Demon King. My body shook, my legs felt weak. I glanced at Zach next to me, seeking help, but he was staring straight at the prophet. Unlike everyone else expecting something from someone, he seemed to be trying to find the possibility of a hero within himself. Come to think of it, even though he was worse at the sword and magic than me, he never gave up on himself even once. Seeing him like that, I was able to regain my composure. In the end, I was celebrated as the hero, but I accepted it silently. After consulting with my parents, I decided to head to the capital for now and enroll in Farm Academy. Fortunately, my parents alone were thinking calmly and understood that I was not yet a hero who could immediately defeat the Demon King. Rather, they were skeptical about me even being the hero, but the mood in the village was such that they couldn't say that to the villagers. My grandfather, the village chief, had already started celebrating, saying ours really was the hero. From that day onward, I stopped helping with household chores and threw myself into special training with the sword and magic. I took the lead in defeating demons too. I was desperate. I was very uneasy, but Zach was always by my side. No matter how many times I failed, he kept working hard together with me. I think I've been encouraged all this time by seeing him like that. I don't know if I'm really the hero or not. But it seems like what's needed to be a hero isn't skill with the sword or magic. Somehow, I felt that Zack was more suited to be the hero. Section. Fragment 3. In the end, Ars was somehow saved. Thanks to the demon dying, the wound on his neck wasn't as serious as I thought, and it closed up with a healing spell. However, the wound only closed up, it didn't completely heal. The area around Ars' left neck was discolored purple, and looked awful. Also, Ars had used up all his mana healing the neck wound, and couldn't even stand up alone due to the pain and mana depletion. The abdominal wound he took was shallow, but showed no signs of closing. I applied emergency first aid by wrapping it in cloth, but blood was seeping through the cloth. It was a wound that should have easily healed with basic recovery magic, but Ars didn't even have the strength to use that now. Ars is in danger like this. Not only the neck damage, but the abdominal wound could be life-threatening. I minimized our luggage and lent Ars my shoulder so we could walk. I found and picked up the sword Ars had thrown away. He desperately pleaded for me to take it along. Sorry. Ars, his face pale, apologized. Don't worry about it. Right now I'm trying to save the hero who will save the world. That makes me quite a hero, don't you think? I tried to joke around and brush it off, but there was no helping the heaviness of our steps. Our pace was less than half of normal walking speed. At this rate, there's no telling when we'll reach human habitation, let alone make it out of this forest. Section. Ars' condition worsened with the passage of time. Either his abdominal wound got worse, or he developed a high fever. In any case, he became unable to walk. I discarded most of our luggage and carried Ars on my back. Carrying another person my size on my back is tough. My strength gives out quickly. I walked while carrying him, then took a break immediately. At this rate, even after a month we wouldn't make it to human habitation, let alone out of the forest. While resting, I chanted the recovery magic I had learned from the village priest towards Ars. Since I had never succeeded at it even once, as expected, no divine miracle occurred. Please, just this once, heal Ars' wounds. I desperately prayed to God, pleading, but my prayers did not reach God. Thinking that Ars could die from wounds like this, I regretted that I hadn't tried harder to learn recovery magic. I was brought to tears by my own powerlessness. Since Ars couldn't even keep his eyes open, he didn't see me crying. I carry Ars on my back, but we make no progress at all. Worse than yesterday. It's not just that my body is in bad shape. Apart from fatigue and hunger, most of all we had no more water left. No water left to drink, and no way to wash Ars' abdominal wound either. There were no signs of a river or watering hole nearby, and the forest was too rugged to venture deeper in. I should have known how precious water is. But the water we had was mostly used up yesterday washing Ars' wounds, so there's none left now. Water. I tried chanting the water magic incantation Ars and I practiced together in the past, but since I never succeeded even once, there is no reaction at all. Ars would have been able to easily produce water with magic. Why wasn't I the one who got hurt instead? Why can't I cast even simple magic? It'd be faster to draw water from a well. That's what my friends who studied magic together said when they first saw Ars cast the water spell. That may be true. However, there's no guarantee there will always be a well or river nearby. Let alone during a journey fighting demons, it's hard to imagine we'd have such favorable conditions. Right now, I was realizing that deeply through my own body. Night came, and I couldn't see anything at all around me. Roars from beasts or demons echoed here and there. Scary. I wanted fire. Fire. I chant the fire magic incantation that I only know the words to, but of course nothing happens. A foul smell started coming from Ars' body. The wounds were probably starting to fester. I was too scared to peel back the cloth covering the wounds and confirm it. If I could use fire magic, I could have cauterized Ars' abdominal wound and closed it up. To begin with, I didn't pack a fire starter in our luggage. I thought we wouldn't need one since Ars could use fire spells. But being in this situation really drove home the importance of fire. The darkness of the forest where even starlight doesn't reach feels like staring into an abyss, stirring up primal fear. And most of all, it's cold. Ars has a high fever, but only in parts of his body like his head and around the wounds. His fingertips feel lifeless and icy cold. Huddling together doesn't warm us up at all. I wish I could use magic to make even a small fire. If I get another chance, I will definitely learn magic. Shivering in fear in the darkness, I swore that in my heart. Morning came. I couldn't really sleep at all. Ars had been delirious all night. His face was drained of color, practically lifeless already. I myself had no rest at all, and didn't have the strength or willpower to carry Ars and walk. What should I do? What in the world should I do? In despair, I unintentionally let my voice slip out. Kill me. Ars moaned out. I'm done for. If this continues, Zack will get caught up in it too. And I'm suffering so much. It's terrifying how my body is rotting away. Please, Zack, please end me with my sword. In a whispering breath, Ars spoke. There's no way I can do that. You're my brother, my best friend. We've always been together. There's no way I could do something like that. Ars and I grew up like brothers. Killing him is unimaginable, something I can't even consider. That's why, you should understand how I feel now. Zack has no choice but to go on ahead without me. But if you just leave me here, I'll just be eaten alive by bugs and beasts. So please, let me die. Then go on alone. Ars' eyes were closed. He only kept distorting his face as if to endure pain. What am I supposed to do alone in the capital? You're the hero, aren't you? If the hero dies, the world is finished. But the truth is, I wasn't the hero after all. The prophet only said, the one who will save the world will come from this village. He never said anything about me. And when I heard the prophet's words, for some reason, I imagined not myself but you, Zack. That can't be me. I can't even use magic. If I could use magic, I could have healed your wounds too. And I'm not even that good with a sword. I broke down crying. I don't really understand why, but that's how I felt. Ars' face warped in great pain. My whole body hurts like it's being stabbed. I'm suffering. Please, Zack, please just end it quickly. I could see Ars was truly in agony. I realized I had to do what needed to be done. Crying, I drew my sword. I placed the tip at Ars' chest as he lay on the ground. With his eyes closed, Ars made a smiling expression. He was in pain yet forcing a smile. He's doing that for my sake. My hands shook. After a short moment, when Ars' face distorted in agony again, I thrust the sword into his chest. After a feeling of impact, the sword was sucked into Ars' chest. Ars' mouth moved faintly. A final word too soft to hear. Mother, is what thought I heard him said. Section. 8 years have passed since then. This forest hasn't changed at all. The overwhelmingly huge trees covering the sky, the vague unease this atmosphere evokes, nothing has changed. Although we defeated the Demon King, demons are still numerous, there are no travelers, and the roads through the forest are overgrown. Relying on my faint memories, I searched for the place I left Ars' body, but couldn't find it. I didn't have the strength or willpower to dig up the earth and bury him. I only covered the body loosely with a cloak to hide it, so even if I remembered the exact location, there would probably be nothing left now. What are you doing, Ars? This is no time to be wandering around. Hurry back to the capital and report on the Demon King's defeat. I hear many remnants still remain, so we still need your strength. Leon called out to me as I had wandered off the road into the forest. He's in a hurry to return. As the next head of a Count household, he achieved great deeds. He must want to proudly report at the royal palace. Only natural. If Maria and Solon return, they will be guaranteed status as well. Leon, Maria, Solon. This is goodbye. Tell them the hero Ars died. Section. My words made the three of them stare wide-eyed. What foolishness are you saying, Ars? We finally defeated the Demon King, didn't we? We'll return together. Then you can marry the princess and become king. If you become king, I'll be happy to serve under you. Leon paused for a moment, then continued after some consideration. Are you perhaps uncertain about becoming king? It's true that even if you're a hero, there may be nobles who oppose the idea of a commoner ascending to the throne. But if that's the case, I'm here to support you. The Earl's family will back you with all our might. We won't let anyone raise objections. When we first met, Leon had nothing but insults for me as a commoner with lowly birth, boasting I'm the one who will become the hero and next king. Compared to back then, he's changed considerably. No, his core hasn't changed. Leon always lacked self-air interest, and sincerely considered the good of the country. He was a noble and knight of high moral character. That's right, ours. Becoming king is another trial for the hero. Giving up here isn't like you at all. Maria smiled gently. Once I have control of the church, we shall grasp power together. How she said we're gentler than its content. Ours, why? Tell us your reason. Solan questioned me calmly. Sorry, I'm not ours. I wasn't really the hero. I could finally say what I always wanted to. What are you saying? If you aren't ours, then who are you? Leon looked bewildered. I'm Zack. Zack is my real name. I'm sorry for deceiving you until now. I bowed my head to the three. Zack. Why did you use a false name? Solan continued questioning. Because ours was the real hero's name. Then, I started talking about the past. How the prophet appeared in our hometown village and I set out on the journey as ours companion. How we were attacked by a demon on the way, ours was wounded, and I delivered the finishing blow. And how I went to the capital alone, entered the academy, defeated a demon at the age of 14. I can't believe such a man exists. Leon was in awe of ours valor. Indeed, ours was remarkable. To accomplish so much at the age of 14 was astounding. If he had continued to live, he might have been able to defeat the Demon King much earlier. I understand ours story, but why did you need to assume that name? Solan leaned against a nearby tree, as if he thought it might be a lengthy conversation. Because I killed the hero. So I had to take on the responsibility of becoming the hero. That's why. To take responsibility for killing the hero, I had come this far. Ours died because of the demon. It's not your fault. Maria said. No, ours died because of me. I still feel the sensation of piercing ours with a sword in my hand. Moreover, I didn't defeat the Demon King as Zack. I defeated the Demon King as ours. If I had remained Zack, there's no way I could have done it. But ours is already dead, isn't he? Solan crossed his arms and tapped his arm with his fingers, looking frustrated. Ours' mother, the woman who raised me, Shayra, is a very kind person. I can't tell her that ours died without becoming a hero. Truth be told, she didn't even want ours to become a hero. That's why I attributed all the achievements to ours, and I'm leaving. Are you planning to leave all the credit that should have belonged to ours and just go? I could sense the anger in Solan's words. That credit should have belonged to ours from the beginning. Are you an idiot, you? Solan finally began to raise his voice. He was originally a short-tempered and fouler-mouthed guy. You are the hero. Ours fell halfway on the journey. That's the truth. Besides, I also know the words of the prophet. The hero who will save the world from this village will appear. It doesn't necessarily refer to ours. From the beginning, you were the hero. Being a sage, Solan's observation was correct. I knew that too. I'm just an ordinary person who couldn't use a sword or magic. I'm not fit to be a hero. Besides, for me, ours is the true hero. Yes, I wasn't worthy of being a hero. I had only been chasing ours' shadow all along. Yes, you're just an ordinary person. You were probably the least talented person at the academy, and it was you who defeated the Demon King. We know how much effort you put in and the sacrifices you made, the sleepless nights, the relentless pursuit of progress even when it wasn't enough. Certainly, you may not have had the qualities of a hero, but you saved the world. I won't recognize anyone but you as the hero. Solan, his face covered by the hood, said. Despite his strong tone, it was a kind word. Thank you, Solan. I'm more than content just to hear you say that. My efforts, which I thought would never be rewarded, have finally borne fruit, and I have 3 friends who acknowledge it. That's enough for me. Are you really going to leave ours? I mean, Zack. Maria, not wearing her usual saintly facade, but showing her true feelings, seemed genuinely worried about me. Don't go, Zack. I'm stopping you. Refusing my wish would be blasphemy against God. Thank you, Maria. Maria's true face, which she rarely showed, was undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world. If you say that, my resolve might weaken. But I have to go. If I continue on this path, I'll meet someone sooner or later, and then they'll discover that I'm alive. I want to avoid that at all costs. I had planned to part ways a bit sooner, but I wanted to continue traveling with all of you for as long as possible. It had been a challenging and harsh journey, but the days spent with my companions were precious memories. Where are you planning to go? Leon asked. First, I'll return to the village, report that Ars defeated the Demon King, and return this sword to Ars' parents. After that, I'll leave this country and embark on a journey. I had intended to meet Shayra for the last time and leave this country. If I stayed in this country, my hidden secret might be revealed someday. His Majesty the King is not yet of an age where we need to rush to choose the next king. Come back at any time. I'll be happy to welcome you. Thank you, Leon. I believe you could be a great king. Of course. Leon chuckled. I'm a man worthy of being a king. But I haven't fallen so far that I would yield all the credit that should have belonged to you. He was indeed an honorable man. It was a pity that he had no intention of becoming a king. So, I'm off. I turned my back on my friends. Wait. Solan spoke up. What am I to you? Or rather, what am I? He hesitated for a moment. You're my best friend, of course. We had been friends for a long time since our days at the academy, sharing joys and sorrows. There was no other word that fit better. I see. You're as cheeky as ever to call a genius like me your best friend. But maybe I could have been more than a friend. Solan smiled a little. That's good. Solan. You never had a friend since you were a child, right? Maria teased him. Solan responded by giving her a reproachful look. I will find you wherever you go and bring you back. You're my friend, he said. Chapter 5. Alexia's chapter. You came. Solan was sitting in the room I was smoothly led into, as if waiting for me. As always, he wore his purple robes of a sage. It seems he had anticipated that I would come. Why did you reveal that Ars was not the hero? It was bound to be found out eventually. I also reviewed the investigation records. When you all said Ars, you were talking about Ars, but when you said he or him, you were talking about Zack. Solan did not answer to that, but smiled faintly. When exactly did Zack become Ars? From my investigation, it seems Zack was already going by the name Ars when he came to the capital. On his way to the capital, he was attacked by a demon and Ars died, or so Zack's story goes. Solan answered as if to test me. He was suggesting the possibility that Zack had killed Ars. I believe it. But why reveal it now after all these years? Didn't I tell you? He has no talent. He's a poor liar. It's a miracle he kept it secret this long. You didn't think he was dead either, did you, Princess Alexia? I clammed up at those words. After we returned to the country, you had many marriage proposals. Chief among them was Leon. But both you and Leon declined, saying, the fallen hero is the only fiancé for the princess, it is still too soon, and such. The proposal was not just Leon. Solan was also a candidate, but he too declined. I kept turning down marriage offers that came my way, and Leon and Solan for some reason supported me in doing so. Only Maria kept saying for the peace of the kingdom, you should marry soon, and urged me to marry. Thanks to Leon and Solan, I still have not married. But that too has its limits. His Majesty will not keep forgiving you. That's why you started that project of documenting the hero's achievements in literature, to try to find him. That's right. I proposed documenting the hero's achievements in literature as a national policy, and started the investigation myself, believing that he was still alive. But to think he was not Ars. There are other meddlers too. Leon is using his family's power as nobles to gather information on where he went. And Maria is making the church investigate with its intelligence network. I too invented some magic spells for searching. But he hasn't been found. He went overseas. It's not so easy to find him. Solan's difficult expression softened a little, it seemed to me. What will you do when you find him? Take him back, of course. He's my friend. A life without friends is boring. He spread his arms in jest. Zack does not want to reveal that he is the hero. Will you still bring him back? That was my concern. Zack wants to maintain the lie he told. Who was he lying for? If you properly went to Talai's village, you should know. For Sheira-san. He wants to make ours at least the hero, for her sake. That's right. He is fulfilling his obligation to her, his mother who raised him. He even gave her a painting of himself made to resemble ours as closely as possible. When I first saw the painting, I thought he had it idealized a little, but there was a reason for it. So, Zack won't come back for his lie. He has the strong will to defeat the Demon King. And we can't very well tell Sheira-san the truth either. I don't want his resolve to go to waste. Indeed. Solan readily agreed. However, what if Sheira knew about the lie from the beginning? What if she knew? How would I know? I know. She absolutely knew. Solan stated categorically. How can you say that? If you go see Sheira again, she'll tell you herself. What can this man called the Great Sage see? You want me to go to Talai's village again? It takes 10 days by horse. Not an easy journey. Oh please. I'll take you there. I'm not called the Great Sage for nothing. Surely not teleportation magic. I heard you were researching it, but the spell is complete. Though only I can use it. He said it lightly, but teleportation magic is a legendary magic said to have existed in the distant past. It's not so simple. Well, Princess, are you afraid to go by magic? Solan provoked. Of course I'm scared. To entrust myself to such unseen magic. But, very well. I'll go. It's too late to back out now. When I answered that, Solan stood up and led me to a different room. In the depths of that room in the basement of the estate was a large magical circle drawn on the floor. For now I can only teleport from this room and return to this room. Though he said it as if it were a defect, it was groundbreaking. Revolutionary even. When Solan and I stood at the center of the magical circle, he began chanting the spell. The magical circle on the floor started glowing pale blue. Then the light intensified, and the moment my vision went completely white with the light, we were in a completely different place. Surrounded by vibrant young trees. Though we should have been in the capital just a moment ago, there was an intense smell of plants. Where is this? A forest near Talai's village. I chose a place away from people's eyes just in case. Still, Sheira's house isn't too far. Let's go. Saying that, Solan briskly started walking. At a glance he looked scholarly, seeming ill-suited for outdoors, but come to think of it he was part of the hero's party. A walk like this is no trouble at all for him. If anything, he's fast. I hurried after him. As Solan said, Sit was not far to the village headman's house where Sierra lived. Along the way we got curious looks from villagers we passed, but Solan completely ignored their stares. When we arrived at the village chief's house, prompted by Solan, I knocked on the door. Yes. Ho! It was Sheira who came out. You've come again. I thought you would. She smiled a little nervously and led us into the house. Though it was around the same time of day as my previous visit, it seems her husband, the village chief, is often out at this time. This person is Solan Barkley. They call me the Great Sage. Before I could introduce him, Solan stated his own name. The Great Sage. To think someone like you would visit such a place. I am Sheira Schmidt. It's an honor to meet you. Sheira bowed deeply to Solan, then turned to me and knelt down. You are Princess Alexia, yes? Please forgive my rudeness during your previous visit. I was found out. Both this time and last time when I came to investigate, I dressed as simply as I could as a civil official. I wore no ornaments. I shouldn't be identified as royalty. The dignified and graceful manner you carry yourself with is not so easily concealed. At first glance I did not notice, but from your behavior and speech, I thought it might be so. As expected of the one who raised ours and Zack. Sheira has a discerning eye for people, able to raise them properly. Indeed, you are as I thought. Solan lowered his voice a little. Uncharacteristic for someone who normally speaks frankly. You also understand why we have come here. Yes, about Zack. She answered with closed eyes. I understand. The things I should have said to someone sooner or later. No, I should have told that child right then and there. You knew from the beginning. I couldn't help raising my voice. I didn't think she had known so early. Even I only realized after progressing the investigation. I'm his mother, aren't I? I can tell when my child is lying. Zack was always an honest boy, bad at lying. Shayra smiled transiently. When Zack came home, for a moment I thought ours had come home. But as soon as I saw that kind, sad look in his eyes, I knew it was Zack. Then he said, ours defeated the Demon King. But ours was killed by a demon too. And he handed me that sword. Shayra pointed to the sword hanging on the wall. He cried and said, I'm sorry. I'm the only one who came back, I'm sorry. I asked, ours defeated the Demon King? My voice must have been shaking. He silently nodded. When I asked, where have you been and what have you been doing until now? He answered, I was living and working in the capital. Strange, isn't it? Tears spilled ceaselessly from Shayra's eyes. Because he had grown so incredibly splendid. His body was trained to a degree I'd never seen. His face sharpened, only his eyes were the same as when he left. There's no way he could have been working on a farm or in a shop. You don't become like that working as a soldier either. So, when I asked, what are you going to do now? He said, I'm going to start my journey right away. I didn't want him to leave, so I held his hand to try and stop him. Then, I noticed that his hand felt rough and calloused, like he had swung a sword thousands of times. His palm was covered in calluses, and I'm sure he must have wielded a sword countless times. If you looked closely, his skin peeking out from his clothing was covered in an incredible number of scars all over. So I understood. Ah, this boy defeated the Demon King. He defeated the Demon King for ours and me. And then I couldn't say anything more. I just couldn't tell that kind child that his gentle lie was a lie. My vision blurred with Shayra's story. Solan's face was hidden by his hood. It's not like I wanted either ours or Zack to become the hero or anything. I just wished they would grow up normally, live happily. That's no longer possible for ours, but I at least want Zack to find happiness. And I need to properly hear about ours' end from that child's mouth. That is my duty as their mother. Therefore, Princess Alexia, please find him. Please find Zack. Section. Fragment 1. After the battle in the Great Roseloff Forest, I formed a party with Leon, Maria, and Solan, and was formally recognized as the hero. When I first visited the castle, I felt a subtle atmosphere. Everyone was probably thinking why this guy instead of Leon's group. But since I had the same thought, it didn't really bother me. The king did not seem to have high expectations for me personally, but he did seem to have expectations for my competent party members. The war with the Demon King's army was deteriorating, so he had no choice but to expect much from us. Among such circumstances, the one the king introduced me to was Princess Alexia. This is my daughter, Alexia. When you defeat the Demon King, I will make you Alexia's husband and the next king of this country. When I first saw her, I thought what a pretty girl. With long, flowing golden hair, and beautiful sapphire eyes full of intellect. Though only 12 years old, she had a dignified beauty unlike Maria's. Sir Hero, please defeat the Demon King and save the world. I await your return. She smiled with all her might and said this to me. I thought she was forcing herself. She's just a 12-year-old girl. However conventional it may be, she surely has no desire to marry a man 6 years her older whom she doesn't even love. She too is suppressing her true feelings in order to play the role of princess. Princess, I promise. I will definitely defeat the Demon King. I said to her in a voice only she could hear. But I won't come back here. So please, marry whoever you love. Since I'm not the real hero, I can't marry the princess. Let alone become king, that would be presumptuous. Besides, I wanted this cute girl before me to decide her own future for herself. I wanted to give her that choice. Hearing my words, Princess Alexia's eyes widened in surprise, like she couldn't believe what she heard. I was glad to see her real expression. Thinking I'm fighting to protect the futures of girls like her, I can keep moving forward, even as a fake hero. Section. At the castle, we were treated to welcoming parties, had our portraits painted, and entertained for several days. We were supplied with practical, high-quality equipment, but I kept using my original sword and only had it maintained. I intended to fight with this sword to the end. While at the castle, I mainly trained swordsmanship with Leon. My sword skills improved considerably, but I still couldn't match Leon. By using attack magic and recovery magic skillfully to fight tenaciously, I was somehow able to match him. Your fighting style is as unsophisticated as ever. That's how I was evaluated by Leon, but he didn't mean ill by it. Leon too understands that such fighting methods are necessary when battling demons. However, consuming both stamina and mana at once is extremely taxing on the body. When our special training ended, I would collapse where I stood from exhaustion during the sessions. I'm going on ahead. Meanwhile, Leon still had energy to spare. Our battle was even, but his movements contained no waste. He still had plenty of stamina left. After Leon left, while I was resting and waiting for my strength to recover, someone came nearby. It was Princess Alexia. I was watching. Unlike when we first met, she spoke casually. Leon is better with a sword. I've had some sword training too, so I can tell. Your fighting style is inelegant, kind of unsightly, as straightforward as she looks. I couldn't help smiling wryly. You've got me there. It's tubbling. I don't know how to speak properly to royalty. I'm not well versed in etiquette. Dealing with important people like nobles is mainly left to Leon and Maria, so I don't really understand. Feel free to be yourself. I don't expect that from a hero. She seemed to have a laid-back personality when it came to formalities. It was refreshing, and I found it very likable. I'm not that strong. So, I aim to win no matter what, even if it means being messy and unheroic. You're a hero, and yet you're not strong? How do you plan to defeat the Demon King then? She didn't seem to look down on me, just genuinely curious. How do I do it? Well, I use various methods. For example, if the Demon King's castle looks like it's about to catch fire, I'd set it on fire and burn the whole castle down. Burning the castle, Princess Alexia covered her mouth, wearing an expression of disbelief. I would use oil, consider the direction and strength of the wind, stuff like that. It would be so much easier if I could do that. Isn't that something a hero shouldn't do? Isn't it cowardly? I mean, I've sometimes thought being a hero is a bit like an assassin, but really doing something like that. Princess Alexia seemed somewhat perplexed. I'm not that strong even if I'm called a hero. I'll do whatever it takes to defeat the Demon King. After all, if I don't defeat the Demon King, everyone will be in trouble, right? So, if poison works, I'd use poison, and if I could negotiate with monsters to have them join our side, I would. No matter what people say, I have to get the job done. I wasn't like a typical hero, and in reality, I wasn't a hero. So, I would fight using any means necessary. You're not just physically unheroic, even your character doesn't seem like a hero. So, why go to such lengths? Because, if you're not coming back here, it means you don't want to be a king, right? What's your goal? She stared at me with eyes filled with curiosity, as if looking at something extraordinary. My goal is to defeat the Demon King. I haven't thought beyond that. I'm willing to give my life if it means defeating the Demon Lord. No, maybe it's better that way. If I can defeat the Demon King and end up losing my life in the process, no one would doubt that ours is the hero. Maybe that's the future I hope for. Absolutely not. Princess Alexia blushed with anger and pointed her finger at me. Schmidt, what are you thinking? I've never heard of a hero perishing in a mutual strike with the Demon King. An adventure of such a dark hero like that is unthinkable. Got it? A hero's job is to defeat the Demon King and return to the castle. Her way of speaking somehow sounded like that of a 12-year-old girl, and I couldn't help but laugh. But when I return, you'll have to marry me, won't you? Won't that be a problem? Even as I said this, I found myself wanting to see this child grow up into a beautiful woman at the royal castle. Well, that's a bit of a problem, but it's fine. I'll figure something out. So, promise me you'll defeat the Demon King and come back alive. This is an order from the princess. Despite her slightly troubled expression, she gave me a royal command. It was quite adorable. All right, I promise. I'll defeat the Demon King and make sure I come back alive. I deliberately used come back alive instead of return alive. So, Princess Alexia, you should marry someone you love, too, okay? I'm going to fight to make everyone happy, so I don't want you to have an unwanted marriage, even though the Demon King is gone. I understand. If you keep your promise, I'll keep mine. She turned her face away and made that promise. Section. Fragment 2. When I met the hero in the throne room, he was a completely different person than I had imagined. I had pictured an idealistic knight or a crude but powerful adventurer. But he was neither. He was just an ordinary, gentle-looking man. Why is this person the hero? That's what I thought. Then he said to me, Princess, I promise. I will definitely defeat the Demon King. But I won't return here. So please, marry whoever you love. I couldn't understand at all what he was saying. If he's not coming back after defeating the Demon King, it means he wants no reward. So what is he fighting for? For the first time, I became interested in Ars Schmidt. Section. I heard Ars was training at the academy, so I secretly went to watch. He was fighting with Leon. Since I've studied swordsmanship, I understood to some extent. Leon was overwhelming with the sword. Strong, fast, refined technique. As expected of the sword saint. His sword skills would make any swordsman aspire to be like him. On the other hand, Ars' sword skills didn't compare to Leon's at all. But he was somehow fighting evenly. I guess because he was using magic too. His sword skills weren't bad. But I didn't sense any talent. It seemed like anyone could reach that level with enough effort. However, no matter how much Leon attacked, Ars never faltered. He had a sturdy, unshakable strength like a thick tree trunk. I could feel the accumulated training behind it. His tenacious, or maybe stubborn is a better word. He should just give up already, I thought, but somehow I found myself cheering for him. In the end, the mock battle ended in a draw. Leon still had energy to spare, but Ars collapsed where he stood. After making sure Leon had left, I spoke to Ars. I was watching, I said. Section. After talking with Ars, I realized he truly believes that as long as he can defeat the Demon King, that's good enough. He has no interest in becoming king or marrying me. In fact, he doesn't even care about his own life. Will he be all right? He did promise to come back alive, but still I felt uneasy. After that, whenever Ars was at the castle, I started checking up on him frequently. And every time I did, he was training in some way. Sword training with Leon, healing magic with Maria, attack magic with Solan. He was always working so hard I wondered when he ever rested. But the people watching his training at the castle gossiped that his swordsmanship and magic were nothing special. They all looked down on Ars. I wonder why. To me, someone who can work that hard is incredibly rare. Even though I've studied academics, swordsmanship, and horsemanship, I could never push myself like he does. On the contrary, I've been praised for having talent and learned so many things that I thought it was fine to slack off a little sometimes. But Ars always gives it his all. You can tell just by watching. There is no deception in him. He's not amazing, but he's going to defeat the Demon King, so it must be an amazing thing. They say he's not that great, yet he's going to defeat the Demon King. That should mean it's an incredible feat. If they think Ars is not great, then they should go defeat the Demon King themselves. I wanted to say that to everyone, but I couldn't say it. Because I couldn't do something like that either. No matter how skilled the Sword Saint, Saintess, and Sage are, going to the Demon King's land with just the 4 of them is scary. We want someone else to do it. We are all weak and cowardly. We expect things without doing anything ourselves, get disappointed on our own, and say selfish things. So I decided I would be the only one to cheer on Ars. I prayed for his safe return. Section. The day came when Ars and his companions would depart. Early in the morning, they quietly left the castle. The reason was that a grand send-off might alert the demons. Ars apparently wanted a discreet departure after they were attacked by demons in the Roseloff forest. "What a cowardly hero," someone said. "What's wrong with being cowardly? If any brave man could become heroes, the Demon King would have been defeated already. The truth is, aren't we the cowardly ones for leaving it to others and doing nothing ourselves?" I got on my horse. "I'm going out for a bit," I told my attendants, then rode off without waiting for a reply. I caught up to their carriage just outside the capital. The coachman was surprised to see me and stopped the carriage. Ars and the others came out wondering what was going on. "Princess Alexia." Ars looked shocked. Leon and Solan had interested expressions. Only Maria looked annoyed. Well, I had halted their departure after all. "Don't die. You don't have to defeat the Demon King or anything." The words just tumbled out of my mouth. Hardly fitting for a hero. "Thank you, Princess Alexia." But Ars looked very happy. "Thank you, Princess Alexia. Somehow, just knowing someone thinks that way makes me feel so relieved." Saying that, he returned to the carriage. Leon and the others followed. Before long the carriage started moving again, and Ars waved to me until he disappeared from sight. I waved back until I could no longer see the carriage. When I returned to the castle, I was severely scolded. Section. For a while after Ars and his companions departed, we continued to receive word of their progress. It sounded like they were steadily headed towards the Demon King's territory, and their exploits were praised in other countries too. But the further they traveled, the less frequent the updates became, until at some point we stopped getting any information at all. We didn't know if they were safe or not. I thought we should send people for information gathering and support, but they say it's fine because the prophet has guided the hero. It's quite a selfish reasoning. Then we blame the prophet if the hero fails. Shouldn't we do what we can ourselves? Who are they really fighting for? I turned 15 during this time and entered Farm Academy. I joined the warrior class and also took priest and mage lectures. I was told the princess mimicking the hero. How eccentric of the princess. Has the princess gone mad? But this is about all I can do. To learn the same things as Ars, so that if he falls midway, I can take his place. I didn't want to remain a coward who only relies on others. I am royalty of this country. We should be the ones to become the heroes. But learning swordsmanship and magic at the same time was harder than I imagined. I didn't seem to have any talent for magic. My attack magic and recovery magic all failed completely. I heard Ars didn't succeed for over a year either. But this is painful. Continuing something when you don't know if you can do it or not is more difficult than I thought. Then in the summer of my second year, the news spread all over the world that Ars and his companions had succeeded in defeating the Demon King. Everyone praised Ars and the others profusely. I believed in them. I knew they could do it. Long live the heroes. They probably did believe. But for their own sake, not for Ars and the others. Of course I was overjoyed. I wept with joy. Ars had finally been rewarded, I thought. Section. However, on their journey back, we received word that Ars had died. Ambushed by demons lying in wait, he died fighting them. Then while mourning his death, a slightly relieved atmosphere spread through the kingdom. The higher the social status, the stronger the tendency. Some even said to me bluntly, "How fortunate for you, princess. What was there to be relieved about? They should be ashamed." But I knew that Ars never had any intention of returning from the start. I'm certain he's alive, keeping his promise to me. I became convinced after seeing the faces of Leon and the others who returned. They did not seem so sad. During their stay at this castle, Ars and his companions had undoubtedly become comrades. If Ars had really died, Leon and the others would not have such calm expressions. I've been made a fool of. I am Princess Alexia of this country. I hold a certain level of importance. Section. After graduating from the academy and working in public service for 2 years, to honor the late hero, I launched a project to compile his feats into literature. My father showed reluctance, but the country had stabilized, so I insisted this was only natural. Of course, I would take command of the vanguard. I will find him no matter what, to make him fulfill the promise we made back then. Chapter 6. Prophet's Chapter. We may have dealt with Sheller, but we still don't know Zack's whereabouts, do we? Having returned to Solan's mansion again via teleportation magic, we faced each other in the room. There's probably only one person in this country who knows his whereabouts, Solan said, sipping the tea brought to him by his disciple. Who? I interviewed most of the people involved with the hero, but I don't think there was anyone closer to the hero than you guys, his former party members. The Prophet. The Prophet probably knows where Zack went. Hearing Solan's answer, I felt like I'd been hit from behind. The Prophet was a mysterious figure of unknown identity, a supernatural being, and in a sense, it would be even more difficult to find his whereabouts than Zack's. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to find where the Prophet is? No, I have an idea of the Prophet's true identity, Solan said, drinking his tea. True identity? What do you mean? This is something we investigated after defeating the Demon King. Putting down the teacup he was drinking from on the table, Solan began to speak as if hinting at something. The Prophet is probably the human equivalent of the Demon King. The human equivalent of the Demon King? What do you mean? I didn't understand at all what he was talking about. The Demon King rules over the demons and is the follower closest to the evil god. Well, the evil god is only seen that way from the human perspective. From the other side, our god is seen as the evil one. Our god seen as evil? Solan, you're saying some outrageous things in front of royalty. The royal family of this country has deep ties to the temple. Saying careless things could get even the great sage indicted. Of course I don't intend to do anything like that. It's fine. The point is that the concepts of good and evil depend on one's position. We went on a long journey to defeat the Demon King, but the demons also have convictions and sense of justice. In the end, the war between humans and demons has aspects of a proxy war between the gods they each worship. We were made aware of that many times during our journey. The content of Solan's story was not something I could readily agree with, but as someone who had never stepped foot outside the country, I couldn't deny the words of someone who had continually fought outside it. So then I, in my wisdom, thought, if the demons have a demon king, the humans must also have an equivalent existence. And that would be the Prophet. Yes. Since the hero directly defeats the demon king, the hero himself would be the most suspicious, but we know well that's not the case. In that case, the Prophet who found the hero is the most suspicious. I kind of understand what you're getting at, but Zack didn't have the kind of power the Demon King had. The Prophet only prophesied the hero's existence and didn't do anything else. I feel like something is off. The demons are strong, but the humans are weak. Shouldn't the god have given humans more power? It's probably just a difference in divine authority. One way or another, in the end humans rule most of this world, not the demons, right? The Demon King temporarily upsets that situation, but it never becomes a lasting change. When he puts it that way, it's true. The Demon King has never gained control over the entire world, despite being so powerful. While not possessing strong powers, the Prophet's role is still large in that sense. Though exactly what he does remains a mystery even to me. So the Prophet is someone close to God. In that case, Maria. She's called the Holy Maiden, so she should feel God's presence more than anyone. Given that the so-called Holy Maiden gives off a somewhat dark vibe, I could believe it if she turned out to be the Prophet. No, she just happens to excel at recovery magic. She does possess power far beyond the average priest, but that doesn't mean she's close to God. Personally, I feel she has more affinity with the evil god. Apparently Solan has known Maria since they were children, but he seems to evaluate her quite harshly. Besides, the Prophet's period of activity spans over 1,000 years. It's not a role that can be continuously filled by one person. There's one more thing. Though not widely recognized, there are two types of gods in this country: the widely worshipped greater god recognized around the world, and the indigenous god. The common people believe these two gods are the same, but in reality they are different. It's as if they intentionally treat the indigenous god the same as the greater god in order to conceal its existence. And then there's the family in this country that has long served that indigenous god. As he said that, Solan stared straight at me. Ha! You don't mean, the royal family is the prophet? I never could have imagined the royal family would come under suspicion. That's right. The royal family of this country originally has its roots in the indigenous gods' shrine maidens, and the female lineage has continued unnaturally long. And the role of shrine maiden is always passed on to the next princess, continuing unbroken as they offer prayers at the temple. In other words, the current prophet is likely none other than the current queen. That can't be. My mother is a kind person. There's no way she would do anything suspicious like be the prophet. I recalled my mother in my memories. She looked beautiful, kind and wonderful even to me as a child. How long has it been since you've met that mother of yours? Solan ignored my objection. Since she inherited the role of shrine maiden from my grandmother the Queen Dowager, so more than 10 years. You know that contact with others is severely restricted once one becomes a shrine maiden, right? I know that. But I don't know what the shrine maidens do in the temple. We're told they offer prayers to the god, but what specifically does that entail? What does offering prayers to God amount to? I was at a loss to answer. When my mother passes away, I will become the next shrine maiden, but I haven't been told specifically what I will do. You don't know, just as I thought. Seeing my expression, Solan seemed to grasp that I knew nothing. The temple of this country is a divine domain. Entry is severely restricted. Even for royalty it's not easy to get in. They probably thoroughly restrict information. Not even teaching the princess who will be the next shrine maiden anything until she enters the temple is proof of that. What is it that they have to conceal so thoroughly? Why does the prophet only appear in this country? And why are heroes only born in this country? If you think about these things, it's imaginable that the royal family, or rather the queen's lineage, are the prophets. I couldn't readily deny it. I didn't possess anything myself that could refute his claims. And since the one arguing was the great sage, I couldn't dismiss this story as delusion either. Let me make this clear. The reason I reveal Zack was the hero is because you are the princess. I thought that as princess you could enter the temple and find out Zack's whereabouts. It seems he intended to use me from the beginning. But, considering I was using Solan to find Zack, it was mutual use. Why do you think the prophet would know Zack's whereabouts? There must be some kind of connection between the prophet and hero. That's why the prophet finds the hero. In fact, the heroes up until now married the princess and became king of this country. The current case is the only exception. I didn't know how to argue back. What do you want me to do? I want you to go to the temple and meet with the queen, the shrine maiden. That's all I ask. The temple was underground beneath the royal castle. Not that the temple was built beneath the castle, but that the castle was built where the temple was. That is more accurate apparently. As if to protect the temple, or conceal its existence. Descending the stairs leading to the temple. The white marble floors and walls shone faintly in the dim torchlight. It was all so inorganic and orderly it seemed to reject human entry. I began to feel the mirage I was descending into a bottomless pit when finally the door leading to the temple came into view. In front of that door were 2 shrine maidens dressed in pure white, with veils covering their faces. Only women can enter the temple, so both attendants are women, but they have swords at their waists. Their indistinct ghost-like forms were honestly creepy. They too came from a family that served the shrine maidens for generations, swearing absolute loyalty not to the royal family but the shrine maiden lineage. They undergo harsh training, and are said to surpass even knights in swordsmanship. Please let me through to see my mother, the shrine maiden. Tell her Alexia is here. I said to the priests, who did not move an inch when I came. The priestesses moved to the left and right, and the door began to open slowly on its own. We have received word from the shrine maiden. Please enter. I couldn't tell which one spoke. Or maybe they both spoke simultaneously. Contrary to expectations, they did not seem intent on stopping me. It appears they knew beforehand I would come here. Beyond the door was an even longer hallway, and after passing through that, I was enveloped in a light unthinkable for an underground space as an expansive cavern utilizing the cave opened up. The first thing to catch my eye was the giant goddess statue, sculpted so finely it seemed almost alive. And in front of the altar of that goddess statue stood a person wrapped in white clothes like a lifeless statue. Mother! A groaning voice escaped me. While her appearance overlapped with my memories, the elegance beloved by all was lost, leaving an impression of deep emptiness. Alexia, I know why you have come here. And that Solon put you up to it. Her gaze at me was cold, and I felt no warmth in her words. You know about Solon? Why did she know I had been in contact with Solon in this place isolated from the outside world? I know him well. That boy was a little too smart, somewhat difficult to handle. That boy. Were you close with Solon, Mother? Solon has been famed as a prodigy since childhood, but he shouldn't have much involvement with the royal family. What did Solon tell you that made you come here? Rather than answering, she returned the question. That you are the prophet. That is the truth. She readily admitted it without even changing her expression. Ha! I am the prophet, the follower of this country's god closest to him. And you are one of them as well. I felt a sensation like vertigo. While I had been prepared, hearing it said outright still shocked me. Why? That was about all I could get out. This is the destiny of my lineage, an inescapable fate. You might even call it the curse of God. As she said that, Mother briefly glanced behind at the goddess statue. How did Solon say the prophet guides the hero? He didn't know the method. I see. Solon didn't know that much back then either. Very well. I shall teach the secrets of our lineage to you as my successor. Mother made a cruel smile as if mocking herself. I cannot die. Ha! I did not understand right away what she was saying. When I die, the world will end, and time rewinds to when the cause of my death can be averted. What does that? You asked if I was close with Solon, right? Solon was also once a hero I guided. His wisdom and magical power were unrivaled in the age, and aside from Zack, he was the hero who came closest to the Demon King. That was when he saw through the prophet's true identity as well. Though of course Solon no longer remembers that now, or rather, it's as if it never happened to begin with. As if reminiscing about that time, Mother closed her eyes as she spoke. Did I imagine a hint of sorrow in her expression? It wasn't just Solon. Leon and Maria also became heroes I guided, perishing midway. Solon and the others were certainly gifted humans, but they had a tendency to rely too much on themselves and look down on others, and so could not become true heroes. There were several other hero candidates as well, but none of them worked out. For me, for the prophet, I had no way of knowing who the hero was. I simply repeated the endless flow of time until a person capable of defeating the Demon King appeared. My voice wouldn't come out. My mind refused to comprehend even if I understood. Then just how many times had Mother repeated time over the span of 1,000 years? It takes close to 10 years from guiding one hero to reaching an outcome. I repeated that span of time over 100 times. Then over 1,000. It was an unimaginably long period of time. Could a person live through such time? Yes, over 1,000 years of journeying I finally found Zack. Though the first person I tried guiding was Ars. Having heard of an excellent youth in a remote village, I guided Ars with a sliver of hope. Ars was a boy with astounding talent, and I had high expectations, but he perished before even reaching the capital. I immediately considered suicide and restarting, but for some reason Zack, who was with Ars, caught my interest. Suicide. That was not a word I could ignore. When you've lived through over 100 lifetimes, your own death is trivial. My first death was at the hands of a demon. At that time the Demon King's army attacked and captured the royal castle, massacring all the humans inside. If I had to repeat that tragedy, I would not hesitate to choose suicide. So over the span of 1,000 years, she had taken her own life countless times. That was just 2. Do you pity me, Alexia? But that is all in the past now. A boy with no talent, no expectations, brought an end to this long journey. His determination to defeat the Demon King was stronger than any person I had seen, and he had an indomitable spirit that could withstand any humiliation or adversity. He was truly worthy of the title hero. The hero was a person who the prophet had spent a long time searching for. There was no destiny or miracle involved. The one who ended up defeating the Demon King would be given that title. I was stunned for a moment, but there was one thing that bothered me. It was about a certain possibility. Mother, couldn't Ars and Zack, if Ars had lived, couldn't Ars and Zack have joined forces to defeat the Demon King? I met Ars' mother, Shara, in Talai's village. She was deeply grieved over losing Ars. She was also like a foster parent to Zack. I felt so sorry for her. From what I heard, Ars was a person of exceptional talent. If that's the case, couldn't they have kept Ars alive and had him and Zack defeat the Demon King together? Zack's strength comes from the grim determination to think of Ars and his mother Shara. Without that, defeating the Demon King would not have been possible. While Zack's feat of defeating the Demon King was admirable, it was built upon a slender possibility, like threading a needle. There is no guarantee it can be reproduced again. Also, Alexia, are you suggesting I should die in order to try that possibility? She was right. Asking my mother to go that far would be cruel. I have witnessed countless tragedies and atrocities. In light of that, Shara's sorrow is just another common tragedy. But mother, wasn't it you who chose Ars? Neither Ars nor Zack wanted to be the hero. Shara didn't wish for it either. Let's acknowledge that. While I didn't directly intervene, it is true that I chose him and left him to die. Yes, I killed the hero Ars. While admitting her wrongs, Mother showed no sign of remorse over it. I was certain the mother I knew wasn't that kind of person. But do you understand, Alexia? I never wished to become the prophet either. Do you know what I thought, repeating through these cycles of time? I did not want to be born a royal. That was my own thought from time to time. Why me? That's what. I resented and cursed the fact that the Demon King's invasion happened during my lifetime, over and over. If only it had happened during my mother's time, during my child's time. Why must I be the one to suffer so terribly? The Demon King likely won't be reborn for another 100 years. You will be able to live your whole life without experiencing this. Let me make this clear. I envy you. Being born into the prophet lineage yet able to finish your life without using almost any of its power. Surely not. I felt it was unfair, yet I understood my mother's feelings to some degree. The 1,000-year journey must have been so arduous and harsh that it transformed someone as kind as her into this cold person, enough that she wanted to push it onto others. Do you understand now? I find even looking at you unpleasant. I know why you came here. You want to know Zack's whereabouts, right? He is in the village of Letten in the old Malika Kingdom, where your father was from. Go there if you want to meet him. The Malika Kingdom was a country near the Demon King's territory that was destroyed first when the Demon King invaded. It was also where Zack's parents lost their lives. Our conversation ends here. I forbid you from entering my shrine as long as I live. Leave this place at once. When she finished speaking, Mother closed her eyes, as if to say there was nothing more to discuss. Not expecting to be so hated, I bowed my head in sorrow and turned to leave through the door. But I stopped and looked back at Mother one more time. Mother. My call elicited no reaction from Mother. Thank you for everything. Thanks to you, Mother, the world has been saved. No matter how much you may hate me, I will always be proud to be your daughter. I'm glad to have been born as the daughter of such a strong mother like you. Tears spilled down my cheeks unbidden. In my blurry vision, it seemed Mother's expression moved ever so slightly. Was that just my wishful thinking? I love you, Mother. I will love you until the day I die. Please, if nothing else, remember that. After giving Mother a deep bow, I left the place, feeling like my hair was being pulled from behind. Section. Fragment. The castle was burning. It was a scene I had seen countless times before. I had failed yet again this time. I watched it through a vision in the underground shrine. Many people died. I swore over and over that I would save them next time. But that oath crumbled away so easily. Now all that grew was futility. Why am I so powerless? Another question I had asked myself countless times. If I were stronger, I could have gone to defeat the Demon King myself instead of relying on others. But as a woman nearing middle age, training my body would only get me so far. I did try taking up the sword once, but I could barely lift it, much less wield it properly. To be honest, I'm not very physically strong to begin with. I know, more excuses. I would sink into self-loathing, thinking that if I were more active like my daughter Alexia, who enjoyed swordplay and horsemanship, things might have been different. Sadly, I had no talent for magic either. As a follower of another god, I could not use recovery magic, the blessing of the great god. Why did my goddess make her followers so weak? I looked up bitterly at the statue of the goddess. A roar thundered from beyond the door. The Demon King must be approaching. Ruin was near. I drank down the prepared poison and bid farewell to this failed world. Section. When I opened my eyes, little Alexia was there beside me. I hugged her small body tightly. I'm already 8 years old, it's embarrassing, Alexia said, but she still gently hugged me back with her little hands. She had no idea what had happened, and was confused, but she kindly embraced me back with her small hands. With my love for this child as my driving force, I always start over the world. Otherwise, I would have given up on the world long ago. But what I can do is merely parasitize someone. As a prophet, I attach my own mirage like a shadow to the chosen individual and observe their fate. I can show a false appearance, and I can convey words. However, I never actually engage in battle. Of course, the knowledge I've acquired so far has been provided, information about the future, weaknesses of the monsters, relatively safe paths, necessary supplies, and more. It's not entirely useless, but it's almost as if I've done nothing compared to those who risk their lives in battle. And, as a matter of course, just because I nominate someone doesn't mean that person will inevitably become a hero. There are people who refuse, of course. I don't want to do that. It's a nuisance, they say. I can't blame them. It's natural not to want to. All the heroes I've guided have met untimely deaths. Becoming a hero doesn't mean they gain some kind of power. By using the virtual image called Prophet and bestowing the honor of hero upon them, I am merely forcibly assigning them the fate of defeating the Demon King. This cursed power first activated when the Demon King's army attacked this castle and the Demon King himself broke through the barrier and came to the temple. The Demon King took Alexia's life right before my eyes, and then he killed me. I remember being profoundly shocked by Alexia's death, more so than my impending death. The next time I opened my eyes, I was back in a world from 10 years ago. I held the young Alexia close, weeping. Alexia, not understanding what had happened, looked bewildered but gently hugged me back with her small hands. I pledged in my heart that I would never let this child die again. I understood what had happened to me. When I inherited the role of a shrine maiden from my mother, I also inherited the records of the previous shrine maidens, along with their powers. World Revision. A powerful ability bestowed by the god of this country to his chosen oracle bloodline, in order to preserve them and oppose the Demon King, the ability to alter the world. The oracle cannot die except by old age. Only when she dies by other means will this ability activate. And time will rewind on its own to a point where the cause of death can be eliminated. A miracle known only to the gods, it seems. This power had been used not just against the Demon King, but also in various other situations. Rebellions by retainers, betrayal by my husband the king, assassination attempts. There were many examples of it activating even in peacetime. However, those did not really require using World Revision over and over. Only against the Demon King did it become necessary to repeat it countless times. The first World Revision I performed was forming an allied army to oppose the Demon King's forces. I thought that moving nations would be more likely to defeat the Demon King than relying on a lone hero. I persuaded my husband the king and convinced the surrounding nations, and we began preparing to deal with the Demon King's army early on. Since I knew the invasion routes and attack patterns from experiencing them once before, we were able to establish a perfect defense. Thanks in part to that, the allied army fought well and succeeded in repelling the Demon King's army. But no matter how many times we drove them back, the Demon King's army would soon attack again. By gathering activated demons under them, They reinforced their forces and launched attacks repeatedly without pause. Eventually, the Allied army became exhausted, and when the frontline nations fell, the Allied alliance quickly collapsed. My second death came. For the second World Revision, I considered having the Allied army take the offensive. I realized that just defending was futile, and we needed to strike at the enemy stronghold. But politically, this did not go over well. A distant expedition to the Demon King's territory would require an enormous budget. There would be almost no territorial or monetary benefits even if we won. On top of that, the Demon King's army was not yet a direct threat at that point. The expedition plan was scrapped, and we ended up allowing the Demon King's invasion. Seeing the Demon King's army invading the kingdom, I took poison. In the end, from the third World Revision onward, I returned to the traditional method of searching for a hero. If the nations would not move, then I had no choice but to defeat the Demon King with a small elite force. Luckily, there were many promising talents among the younger generation, and I had high hopes for the Swordmaster Leon, the Holy Maiden Maria, and the Sage Solan. Especially Leon, his family lineage and abilities were impeccable, making him the top candidate for hero. However, when I actually sent him into the Demon King's territory, he could not adapt to the adventurer-like journey because of his noble upbringing, and he could not properly respond to attacks from betrayal of who were supposed to be his allies, being betrayed by people who were supposed to protect him, and such. In the end, he lost his life only 3 months after beginning his journey. The next candidate was Maria. I had some reservations about making a clergyperson into the hero, but her personality was admirably bad, and she was skilled at controlling people. As expected, Maria steadily progressed in her journey. She utilized her companions well and not only dealt with the demons' attacks, but could even exploit their weaknesses. However, her party members could not truly trust each other wholeheartedly, and the party gradually unraveled. When they encountered a powerful demon, the party fell apart, and Maria lost her life about a year in. The third candidate was Solan. He had a difficult personality, and I thought he had a lower chance of success compared to Leon or Maria, but he was gifted with magical power and intellect. By giving him the information I had gained from my experiences so far, he was able to make excellent use of it to penetrate deep into the Demon King's territory, even making it to confront the Demon King directly. However, the gap in power between him and the Demon King was overwhelming, and in the end he died in despair. After that, sometimes I would try guiding the same person to get a better result, other times I would guide a completely different person. I did try putting Leon, Maria, and Solan in the same party once, but they just fought against each other, and it didn't turn out very well. As I repeated these trials and errors countless times, my mind became worn down. I became desensitized to people's deaths, easily accepting even my own. It doesn't matter, since I can just redo it, I thought. The heroes I had guided until now were all people from the royal capital, but that hadn't worked out, so now I looked to talent from the rural regions. The candidate this time was a boy named Ars. I had heard about him in the previous World Revision. There were rumors of a gifted youth excelling at the sword and magic in a remote village called Tailais. Thanks to his feats, the villagers had managed to escape the Demon King's army. He seemed very promising. I decided to send the Prophet's Mirage towards Tailais village. The Mirage can become a doppelganger of the target person and move about. I would transfer it from person to person until it became the doppelganger of the one who would become the hero. However, the trouble was there were absolutely no people headed towards Tailais village. The direct route had become quite dangerous from demon attacks. Still, I was determined to bet on Ars this time, so I released the Prophet's Mirage. Section. In the end, it took nearly a year for the Prophet's Mirage to reach Tailais village. I had to take quite the roundabout route, finally arriving by becoming the doppelganger of a wandering merchant. Ars was probably in his mid-teens now. Chestnut brown hair and brown eyes. Despite his age, he had a well-trained physique. He had an alert look about him and clearly gave off a different air compared to the other villagers. I immediately began observing him. While helping out with work around the house, he trained hard with his sword every morning and evening. When it rained, he would read magic tomes, and he met with the church priest regularly to learn about the god's miracles. He had good relationships with those around him too. He was an ideal person. His swordsmanship probably didn't compare to Leon's, and his magic was nowhere near Maria or Solon's, of course, but I believed that intellectual, flexible mentality of his was the most necessary element for defeating the Demon King. That's why I decided to make Ars the hero. There were no direct effects in making someone the hero, but by making them self-aware and giving them the expectations of others, there were indirect effects like motivating them to train even harder or making it easier for them to receive funds and equipment. At a village gathering, I materialized the mirage and declared, "The hero who will defeat the Demon King will appear from this village." The villagers were overjoyed. They knew it, Ars was the hero. And they all looked at him simultaneously. But he had turned pale. Ah, what a truly wise child. I felt a pain in my heart. Ars understood the essence of what it meant to be the hero. That difficult and painful role. But Ars' cousin Zack, who stood beside him, stared straight at me, as if proclaiming that he himself was the hero. To be honest, Zack wasn't anything special. He was always with Ars, sparring with him in sword practice and studying magic together, but he didn't compare to Ars in anything. He was a boy who could never become the hero. Yet, his eyes left a strong impression on me. After looking at Zack, Ars regained his composure and quietly accepted the villagers' congratulations. After returning home, he discussed it with his parents and made the decision to head for the royal capital. Things were going as I had hoped. In the capital, he could hone his skills further and gather companions to form a party. All necessary things for defeating the Demon King. Yet seeing Ars swing his sword through the night, unable to sleep after becoming the hero, I felt something tragic in it. Watching Ars' mother Shera weep while thinking of her son was painfully relatable to me as a mother myself, even though I had brought this about. Once preparations were complete, Ars departed on his journey with Zack as his attendant. And he lost his life along the way. Demons laying in ambush, it was something I hadn't anticipated at all. It was far too early a death. This attempt has ended in failure as well. I immediately considered dying. Ars showed promise. While he had died, there probably weren't many others that young who could fight demons as an equal. If I could avoid this tragedy, I thought there might still be hope for him. Yet for some reason, I was bothered by Zack, who had traveled with Ars. That boy without any discernible talent or ability. I transferred my mirage to Zack and decided to watch over his course. Section. Zack entered Farm Academy pretending to be Ars and made effort after effort to become the hero. No matter how little the results or how futile the efforts, he kept pushing forward. In him I saw myself reflected. Even if he couldn't match Leon's swordsmanship, he still swung my sword silently. Even while Maria subjected him to unreasonable trials, he awakened to the god's miracles. At the end of long training with Solon, he acquired magic. They were all far from first-rate, but Zack accumulated small miracles. And before I knew it, he had become the hero. Not guided by me. He had won the title by his own power. The weak, shabby, mud-stained hero. Section. Zack formed a party with Leon, Maria, and Solon and departed on a journey to defeat the Demon King. And he harmonized the party well. Rather than trying to use them, he sought to draw out each of their strengths. I too provided Zack with whatever information I had at every opportunity, and he overcame many hardships and trials. Can Zack defeat the Demon King? My expectations for him grew. But at the same time, one conflict arose within me. It was about Ars. Zack was fighting on behalf of Ars, sacrificing himself to take Ars' place. That was something I knew best of all. But if he defeated the Demon King as things stood, the world would move on with Ars remaining dead. After agonizing over it, I spoke to Zack. It was when they had come within a step of reaching the Demon King's castle. What if you could return to a world where Ars is alive? What would you do? Zack's eyes widened. Return. Not be revived, but go back. You wouldn't come back to life. Just go back to before you died and start over again. My memories wouldn't remain. Only I would remember. But I could guide things so Ars doesn't die. Zack gazed at me for a while in silence before opening his mouth. What about the Demon King? We've come this far. But could I make it back here again? I don't know. I answered honestly. It seemed like a miracle we had made it this far, and I had no confidence I could reproduce it again. Then that's fine. It'd be really tough to redo everything again, right? Even if I was told you can live your life over, I couldn't do it. I don't want to go through such hardship again, he said with a smile. But then ours will. It's too bad about ours, and of course I'd want him revived if possible. But instead, if everything up to now became like it never happened, I think that would be wrong. Not just for me. Everyone's hard work would become meaningless. So I'll keep moving forward like this. Is it okay? Yeah, this is my choice. I watched ours die. I killed ours. So, you don't have to make such a pained expression. Expression? Due to the power of the Shrine Maiden, my form projected from the temple to the Demon King's territory is nothing more than an illusion, and it should not even differentiate between young and old or male and female. There's no way to understand expressions. I can only watch from the temple, and I'm a powerless being. You couldn't possibly understand anything about me. Somehow, I do. Maybe it's the vibe. I felt like you resembled Ms. Shayra. I thought she might be a kind, motherly figure. Shayra, Ars's mother. She didn't exactly approve of her son becoming a hero. And who could blame her? Even I wouldn't want to send my daughter on such a harsh and perilous journey. But I forced it on someone else's child, and as a result, I let ours die. I'm not kind. Is that so? I don't think that's true. The Prophet's purpose is to defeat the Demon King, right? But even though I'm one step away from achieving that, you're proposing to start over. You can't do it without kindness. But, if I die without defeating the Demon King, if I have to start over, I want you to guide me to be able to use magic before I set out on the journey again. I'm not very good at it because I'm clumsy, but I'll be counting on you. Then, next time, I can travel with ours without letting him die, I think. As if making a joke, Zack revealed his true wish and concluded the conversation, then left the place. Afterward, Zack and the others defeated the Demon King in a fierce battle, and my 1,000-year-long journey came to an end. Section. Having finally been freed from the long cycle of reincarnation, I trembled with joy. I could finally meet my end. I could finally die as a human, I thought. But that joy vanished the morning after I awoke from sleep. The dead won't come back. It wasn't only ours. So many more people had died because of my choices. In the beginning with World Revision, I made an effort to save as many lives as I could, but at some point I had neglected to do so. It's pointless anyway, meaningless anyway, I thought. Yet this time I had succeeded in defeating the Demon King, when I should have been able to save so many more people. After that, I continued to blame myself. I only wished for my life to end quickly. Section. Some years later, the one who appeared before me wishing for death was Alexia. After a long back and forth with the temple priests, she forcefully entered the sanctuary. It seems my daughter had come here, coaxed by Solan, to ask about Zack's whereabouts. Certainly, the Prophet's mirage was still acting as Zack's doppelganger. However, what a foolish daughter. To thoughtlessly enter the sacred domain out of mere curiosity, not knowing my anguish or Zack's feelings at all. A darkness rose up in my heart. After telling Alexia everything, I offered her the poisoned wine I had been using to commit suicide. If you are of the Oracle lineage as well, show your resolve. If you can overcome your fear of death, I will tell you of Zack's whereabouts. It was merely a threat. I thought the pampered girl would go back after hearing that. But Alexia answered, I understand, mother. Then she drank down the poisoned wine, and looking straight at me, without showing a single pained expression, she died with a gentle smile left on her face. Witnessing Alexia's death, I remembered what I had been performing, World Revision, for. Wasn't it to save this child? I thought. She had come here with her own resolve, and I had made it an outlet for my own pent-up feelings. I stabbed my own throat with a dagger and collapsed over Alexia's body, performing one last World Revision. When I regained consciousness, I felt faint relief and guilt that I had not gone back to before the Demon King's defeat. It seems I had gone back to one day before Alexia came. I instructed the priests that when Alexia came, They should let her through, and I waited for my daughter's second visit. Section. After hearing the door close, I opened my eyes and confirmed Alexia had left. Silence returned to the sanctuary. Thank you, Alexia. My beloved daughter. No matter what I did, no matter what happened, each time it repeated, everyone would forget. It was a lonely journey, with no reward. Watching people die because of my guidance, because of my choices. With no words of thanks, I thought it a cursed role. But I really wanted someone to say it. Alexia's words seeped into the depths of my heart. My legs could no longer support me, and I leaned against the altar as tears of mingled joy and sorrow flowed down. I would never meet with that child again. That was the only atonement I had given myself. Chapter 7. Heroes Chapter. 2 years after traveling, I arrived at the place where the perished kingdom of Malika used to be. The village of Letin, my father's hometown, was the tentative destination of my journey. Since the kingdom of Malika was the country closest to the Demon Lord's territory, it remained devastated even 2 years after the Demon Lord was defeated, with barely any human presence. There may be nothing left to find there. My late father always said he wanted me to meet my grandfather who lives in the village of Letin. That's why I came here, but at this rate, the village itself may be gone. With neither my father nor mother, if my grandfather is also gone, where in the world would I go? I lived to defeat the Demon Lord in place of ours. After accomplishing that, to be honest, I didn't know what to do. As I traveled, I did things that imitated adventurers. I helped rebuild villages and towns, and defeated monsters when requested. When people thanked me, I felt a little fulfilled. My life has always been too late. I wanted to save my father and mother, but as a child I had no power. I trained with Ars in swordsmanship and magic, but could not get any of it down. Despite being my father's child, I could not become good with a sword. Despite being my mother's child, I could not use magic. Therefore, I could not be the power for Ars as the hero. I let him die. By entering Farm Academy as Ars, I somehow learned sword skills and magic, but even that is nothing great. I know that best of all. Even though I worked hard to become the hero, I could only defeat the Demon Lord because Leon, Maria, and Solan were there. It was by no means my own power. If I had asked the prophet, there might have been a world where Ars was still alive. But I could not do that. I thought that was something I must not do. My life has been full of things not going well. I could save no one I wanted to save, but still I tried my best, and did not want to invalidate what I have done. But, in the end I have nothing left. Going back as Zack, parting with my 3 friends, traveling alone felt empty. I wanted to see Princess Alexia. She told me don't die. You don't have to defeat the Demon Lord. Just stay alive. Those words made me happy. She worried for me not as the hero Ars, but as an individual human. She looked my way, not the hero's way. However, I cannot return to the royal capital. If I did, it would ruin everything. Section. Based on the map I made from information gathered from Malikan refugees escaped to other countries, I should be arriving at the location of Letin village soon. That is, if the village is still there. In the distant sky I saw white smoke. Someone is there. My feet walking forward gained a little strength. Ahead where I walked was something like a village. The buildings were dilapidated, but there were people. As I simply walked over, an old man approached from the village. His attire was not very neat. I could see the hardship of his life. I am the village chief of Letin here. Could you perhaps be a relative of Vince? The old man said. Vince is the name of my grandfather. I am his grandson. My name is Zack. My father is Luke. Luke, what nostalgia. Is that guy doing well? He died fighting the Demon Lord's army. I see. The old man closed his eyes and lowered his head a little, as if mourning the departed. Many people also died in this village. Vince as well. As I thought, my grandfather had passed away. I was not expecting much, but it was still a bit shocking. You look a lot like Vince. That's how I knew. Come, I will guide you to his grave. Saying that, the old man started walking. I follow after him. On the way I met some villagers, but when the old man explained, he is Vince's grandson. Everyone wanted to shake my hand. Your grandfather saved us. I was led to a dilapidated house on the outskirts near the mountain. From there you could see an overview of Letin village. Next to it was a small gravestone. This is the house where Vince lived. Luke was also born here. I made this gravestone first thing when I returned to this village. The body is not actually here, just my feelings. The old man put his hands together in front of his chest and prayed. I imitated him. What kind of person was my grandfather? From my father I always heard the person I respect most in the world. From the villagers' reactions I could also tell he was an admirable person. He was a clumsy guy. The old man laughed. It was an unexpected reply. Vince and I were childhood friends. Ever since we were little playing together, I was better than him at everything. He had no talent. It sounded just like the story of me and ours. But you know, in the end I think I lost to Vince. I would not continue once I got good at something, but that guy would tenaciously keep at it until he got it down, so it became firmly part of his body. With just talent, you can't beat someone like that. The old man talked happily. For some reason it felt like I was the one being praised. I heard my grandfather was a hunter, but he also did adventurer-like things. These were fragments I heard from my father when I was little. He was born into a hunter's family, so became a hunter himself. When he first started hunting he was useless, and scolded by his dad a lot. So he tenaciously kept at it. It's not about tenacity. When he couldn't catch prey, he would seclude himself in the mountain and not come back. Not just a day or two. Many days. Even his dad got worried and went to bring him back. Both his lack of talent and perseverance may have been the worst in the world, that's what I thought. I was starting to chuckle a little. Maybe I resembled my grandfather. Eventually his hunting improved and he got a wife. His wife passed away early, but she was a beautiful and capable woman. Luke took after his mother. But Luke was also close with Vince. I didn't know much about my grandmother. Since she passed away when my father was little, he didn't remember her well either. As for me, born into the village chief's family, I worked the fields and took care of the village as well. Then at one point monsters started appearing. This was trouble. As a small village we had no money to hire adventurers. So I turned to Vince for help. Can you hunt the monsters? I asked. That's an unreasonable request. The danger levels of animals and monsters are incomparable. If hunters could hunt monsters, who needs adventurers? Noticing my incredulous gaze, the old man hurriedly continued. I knew it was unreasonable. I had no intention to force him. But Vince accepted it. Of course I paid him reward comparable to his hunting, though far smaller than adventurer pay. My grandfather seemed to be quite the soft touch. Naturally he was useless at first. But we all knew Vince, so expected he would somehow manage it if given time. Bad as he was at things, we all loved and relied on him anyway. So did he become able to hunt monsters? Yes, after maybe a year he was able to defeat monsters carefully and steadily by improving weapons and traps. We were saved thanks to him. However, the rumors spread and other villages also asked him for monster extermination. He accepted without complaint. As he steadily completed each monster subjugation, he got known as the Frontier Hero. Hero? That was news to me. Well, that's how much we appreciated him. The true hero defeated the Demon Lord and saved the world, but for us, if the nearby monsters weren't defeated we literally had no tomorrow. Luke admired and aspired to be like his father the hero rather than follow his hunter father. I see. My father said I became an adventurer to help people. That must have been my grandfather's influence. Luke left the village to become an adventurer, but planned to eventually return and take over your grandfather's monster subjugations. However, before that the Demon Lord appeared and started invading this country. The Demon Lord started invading Malika when I was 6 years old if I remember right. The first one to notice was Vince. One day he said, "The monsters are acting strangely." He deduced it from the increase and activity changes. Vince warned me. "The village should flee far away," he said. What did you do? I could imagine the answer. I believed him, but the villagers did not. Or rather, they could not flee. Fleeing to a nearby village would be the same. They had no connections to faraway places. Everyone could not abandon their current lives to go elsewhere. They hoped Vince's unfortunate prediction would prove wrong, and that would be the end of it. Just as I imagined. People only consider convenient possibilities. They don't think calmly but cannot abandon the wish that things will turn out as they want. But that may be unavoidable. In the end, he was right. One day Vince reported a horde of monsters approaching the village. Even then the villagers refused to believe it until they saw the monsters themselves. By then it was too late, of course. So what happened? Vince and I had been preparing to flee, just the two of us. What to bring, which path to take, who to rescue, various things. According to that plan we got the villagers to flee. I led everyone, he was rearguard. His job was to hold the monsters back with traps prepared in advance. Then my grandfather. Yes, he died then. Seems he kept fighting the monsters to the end to get as many villagers to safety as possible. Some villagers died too, but many more survived thanks to him. My father and mother also died fighting for others. My grandfather died fighting for others in the same way. The path Vince prepared led to the neighboring country. Though Malika was destroyed, the Letten villagers who fled thanks to him survived. The village now recovering with villagers returning is thanks to Vince. The old man's eyes moistened. Actually, a few days before the monster attacked, I told Vince, let's flee together. My family and Vince. No need to remain for the villagers who wouldn't listen. But he didn't nod. I will remain here, he said. I still don't understand why. I didn't want him to die. Didn't want to lose him. Yet the result. The old man stroked the gravestone as if consoling his dead friend. He was a hero. We villagers killed that hero. Because the hero fights for weak humans like us. But did we have enough value for him to risk his life? If we were a little stronger, a little smarter, he could have survived, right? He wouldn't have needed to sacrifice himself, right? Yet why did he choose to remain? I still don't understand. The old man regretted his best friend's death. As someone who lost ours, I empathized deeply with those feelings. But I feel like I can kind of understand how my grandfather felt. His feelings. I looked at Letten village spread below. It was neither big nor with wounds fully healed. But the villagers worked hard, clearly intent on recovering properly. It was not just this village. Such scenery could probably be seen everywhere in the world. An ordinary, everyday life, you might say. But it is precious. There were still things he wanted to protect. The things my grandfather wanted to protect surely remained. Even I who thought I had nothing left had things remaining to me. At last, I felt I could be proud of myself. That day I stayed at the old man's house. And starting the next day, I decided to help rebuild this village protected by my grandfather. Epilogue. It took us some time to get to Retton village after that. Solan's teleportation magic could only take us to places he had been before, so we had to go near where the Malika kingdom used to be and head for Retton village from there. Magic isn't omnipotent. There's no way I could identify and teleport to places I've never been before. Solan boasted for some reason. But in that case, it means he's been to Talai's village before. I went close to it once, to try and meet R's parents. But in the end, I couldn't meet them. He answered, looking a little displeased and embarrassed. Oh, he seems arrogant and aloof on the surface, but deep down, he's timid and kind. He must have wanted me to ask about it in his stead, since he couldn't work up the courage to visit Ms. Shara himself. We borrowed horses in the town we teleported to and headed for Retton village. I'm good with horses, but surprisingly, Solan was able to ride one too. I wasn't very good before, but I got plenty of chances to ride during our journey. Zack taught me. It was one of the few things he taught me, he said proudly. He seemed pleased with himself. Section. The area where the Malika kingdom used to be still bore the scars of the demon army's invasion, and the whole country was in ruins. The closer you get to the demon territory, the more places you see like this. Solan said, seemingly unmoved. After his previous journey, he must have seen sights like this countless times. But for me, who had never left my country before, It was shocking. It made me realize just how ignorant I was. My mother must have seen far more devastating scenes many times over. We finally arrived at Retton village, which was located near the sea. The buildings and fields were still quite unkempt, but it was far better than the other places we had passed through. Plumes of smoke rising into the air indicated that people were living here. When I asked a villager working in the fields about Zach, he immediately told me where to find him. Apparently Zach had come to this village 2 years ago and was helping rebuild the village. He works hard and even defeats the monsters that show up occasionally, so he seems to be a welcome presence. In the place the villager indicated, Zach was stacking bricks for a house. With his somewhat unruly chestnut hair and matching brown eyes, he looked about his age, though his appearance was basically unchanged. He blended into the villagers so seamlessly it was as if he belonged, which was just like him. Zach noticed us approaching right away. His observant, as expected of the hero. "Oh, Solan. It's you," he exclaimed. Surprised. Well, we wanted him to be surprised. We went through a lot of trouble to get here. Solan walked up briskly and embraced Zach. "I found you," was all he said, but I sensed the weight behind those words. "Yeah," Zach simply replied, hugging him back. After a while, he turned to look at me. "Could it be Princess Alexia? What are you doing here?" I was happy he remembered me. Solan moved back a bit from Zach, putting some distance between them. "We know about your lie, me and Ms. Shayra." Zach looked surprised. "Oh dear. I see. But for the princess to come all this way to say that. I came to fulfill my promise." "Promise?" "The promise to marry the one I love." "Ha!" He looked puzzled. Solan was grinning. "The one you love? You mean me? How dense can he be?" I just silently nodded. Zach flushed and scratched his head, looking troubled. Then after thinking for a bit, he said, "I know a place with delicious sweets in the capital. Would you like to go together? Extra. At a certain sweets shop. The capital has been rather noisy lately. It's because the hero who was thought to be dead has returned. The story goes that while compiling documents about the hero's exploits, they realized he might actually still be alive. So the princess searched for and found him. The documents the princess compiled were published grandly, revealing details about the hero's journey. According to them, the hero wasn't originally the hero, but became the hero after his best friend who was the hero died, overcoming numerous difficulties and finally defeating the demon lord. The compiled documents about the hero were published as a book, which is a huge hit in the capital, unable to be read without tears. Those with money buy the book, those without money who can read do a rotation reading it, and those without money or literacy attend public readings to listen engrossed to the story. As a result, the hero is immensely popular. Some even say they want him to become king, as someone like that would make a great king. I don't know if the hero will marry the princess and become king, but I hope it happens too. After the book became popular, a grand homecoming parade for the hero was held. It was a huge success with people coming from other countries too, to see the parade attended by the Sword Saint, Holy Maiden, and Sage. I saw it from afar too, but they were too far away to see the faces of the hero and company clearly. According to rumors, the hero is as handsome as in his portraits. I'd like to see him up close someday. Section. My dad is a confectioner and very skilled. His small shop in the capital's downtown is always bustling, even though it's just a little store. Catering mostly to commoners since it's downtown, occasionally messengers from nobles come by to buy sweets too. It's a small point of pride for the shop that even though it's for commoners, there are nobles who want to eat my dad's sweets. I've been helping out at the shop since I was little, and eventually started making my own sweets. Now I'm allowed to put out one of my creations in the store. Making sweets is surprisingly hard physical labor. Having to carry heavy ingredients, kneading and working dough, stirring ingredients endlessly. You can get burned, and your hands get rough too. So it's really a job for men, but I want to be like my dad, so I work hard every day before the shop opens. I'm sure I've improved little by little, but my sweets still can't compare to my dad's in appearance and taste, so they don't sell well. So I'm always watching customers hopefully. I hope someone buys my sweets. Around the time I started putting out my sweets at the shop, the number of regulars increased by one person. According to my dad, he used to be a student at Farm Academy over 10 years ago and would come to the shop often back then. But after graduating, he completely disappeared. As soon as my dad saw him, he jumped out of the kitchen and hugged him. "Long time no see," he said. "That's rare. My dad has an artisan temperament, so he doesn't usually show much emotion." But he looked truly happy. The man smiled pleasantly too and said it's been a while. He looked to be in his mid-20s, with somewhat unruly chestnut hair and brown eyes. Just a plain, ordinary-looking man at first glance. After chatting with him for a while, my dad shoved all the sweets on display at him. "Take these with you. Try them all." The man had an awkward expression and tried to pay, but my dad refused. He had never given sweets to a customer for free before, so this surprised me too. In the end, the man said I'll come again and left the shop carrying the pile of sweets. According to my dad, that man was a benefactor of his. When I was little, my dad had been a confectioner at a large store, but started his own shop for commoners after going independent. But at first, he had no customers. Sweets are a luxury item to begin with, especially for commoners who barely get to eat them. So when they do get to eat sweets occasionally, they want them to be as delicious as possible. Their expectations for sweets get very high as a result. Meeting these expectations with sweets is very difficult. My dad tried all kinds of sweets, putting out many different kinds in the shop, but for a while he just couldn't make sweets that were accepted by everyone. That's when the man, who was a student back then, appeared. He had the peculiar habit of staring intently at the sweets while murmuring God's name. He would always only buy one item. Being a student, that was all he could afford, so he would carefully ponder and decide which sweet to buy. However, he didn't buy them to eat himself, but as presents for his girlfriend, apparently. He denied having a girlfriend, but my dad was certain that's who they were for. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to agonize over them so much. This girlfriend of his was apparently a fearsome woman, punishing him terribly if she didn't like the sweets he gave her. My dad heard unbelievable stories, like her stringing him up on the academy roof, using him for magic target practice, kicking him off a cliff, then kicking him back down when he climbed up. How were the sweets this time? She didn't like them, it seems. Was the usual exchange between my dad and him back then, supposedly. He apparently went to other sweet shops too, but my dad started making sweets that he thought would suit this man-girlfriend's tastes, to help the poor guy out. He also let him sample and taste-test the experimental sweets. Why was he dating a woman like that? Buying her sweets and getting punished if she didn't like them, she must have been unpleasant in both looks and personality. But as my dad kept making sweets to cater to this woman's preferences, our shop's reputation gradually rose. Apparently, interacting with the sweets for her refined his eye for sweets, and the ones he chose from the many options were popular with other customers too. Eventually, when he came to the shop, my dad would show him many test products, let him sample them, and have him choose one from among them. And the sweet he chose would be displayed in the prime spot on our shelves the next day. In this way, by putting out new sweets vetted by him every week, our shop became hugely popular. Our shop today exists thanks to him and his ill-tempered girlfriend, my dad said. Section. About a week later, that man came to our shop again. And what's more, he had a woman with him. She had blonde hair tied back neatly and wore glasses, looking capable and businesslike. Based on her outfit, I guessed she was a clerk at the castle or receptionist at a large shop. She was quite a beauty if you looked closely. Could that be the woman from back then? My dad whispered to the man. The man laughed and said of course not. Thank goodness, cutting ties with a woman like that was for the best. My dad said, tearing up. The man had an awkward expression and laughed wryly. But then something strange happened. Right after he came, a new female customer arrived at the shop. With a scarf wrapped around her head, not much of her face was visible, but looking at her head-on as a store clerk, she was an incredible beauty. Skin white as porcelain, mysterious black eyes, and the black hair peeking out from her scarf looked silky smooth. A young man with somewhat unruly chestnut hair was just here, right? The one who bought sweets. He has good taste in sweets, doesn't he? Charmed by this beauty's words, I packaged up sweets without any doubts as asked. Thank you. After paying and receiving the sweets, she left, glancing around somewhat furtively. I spaced out watching her go. What a gorgeous woman. Surely her personality is as beautiful as her looks. She must be hiding her face because she's too beautiful. Section. A short while later, another new customer arrived. A blonde-haired man with a sturdy build and refined outfit, exuding an air of I'm a knight. Handsome face, trimmed beard adding a touch of allure. This is the shop that guy frequents, right? Zach, no, no, the plain-looking guy with somewhat unruly chestnut hair. Know who I mean? I understood. His looks are ordinary but he leaves a strong impression. Yes, the one who started coming recently. That's him, that guy. Give me the sweets he bought. All the leftovers. That's quite a lot. Will you be all right? Far too much for one person to eat. No problem. It's souvenirs for my fiancé. Kept her waiting a long time, so I should get her something nice to eat. The blonde man grinned, a nice expression. He just gets more attractive. You have a fiancé? I felt a little disappointed. She's my cousin, but we're close as family. And she's the daughter of someone I respected. A woman far too good for me, really. The blonde man said, looking a little embarrassed. That bashfulness was kinda cute. Such a splendid gentleman, yet he has this adorable side too. After the blonde man left, quite some time passed and it was almost closing time when another new customer arrived. This time, it was someone dressed like a stereotypical mage, with a purple hood. Rare to see a mage at a sweets shop. Might be our first at this shop. Mags make me think of drinking some weird green gloppy potion instead of eating sweet things. This mage looked high-strung and hard to please at a glance. Got to be careful with types like this. They'll find fault with the store's goods over trivial things. I decided to put my best into serving him. Hey, that unimpressive guy didn't come to buy sweets today, did he? Chestnut hair, somewhat unruly. Know who I mean? The mage asked brusquely. Ha! Him too. That makes 3 people. What kind of person is he to have a beauty, knight, and mage looking for him? He looks completely ordinary, just a commoner. Maybe he's famous as a master at finding delicious sweets. He was here, but... I see. Give me the same sweets as him. The mage had no manners at all. I'm very sorry, but a customer already purchased all of those. I answered as apologetically as I could. I was worried the mage might get angry. TCH, must have been that Leon, typical for aristocrats. The mage frowned, but didn't get angry and just grumbled complaints to himself. We do have other sweets available. As the store's poster girl, I tried to promote our wares even to this troublesome-looking person. Chemph. The mage snorted, a little dissatisfied. I wanted the same ones as him. But I can't just come to the store and leave without buying anything. That wouldn't be right. It can't be helped. I'll buy some of the leftovers. I don't know why, but even though he's going to buy stuff, I can't feel sincerely happy about a customer who says too much. The mage casually chose some sweets, including one I had made. Oh no, what if he doesn't like the sweet I made and burns down the shop with magic? I imagined him cackling as he set the shop on fire. It was so vivid. That item is. To prevent anything happening to the shop, I tried to stop him from buying my sweet. What is it? Do you not want me to buy that? Does this shop display items not fit to sell? He sounded very displeased. No store clerk could stop a purchase after being talked to like that. I reluctantly told him the total for the items. The mage boredly took out money from his pocket and I reluctantly accepted it. Thank you for your business. Please come again. I recited the familiar words flatly, hoping he wouldn't actually come again. Section. About a week later, the supposed sweets connoisseur visited the shop again. The woman with glasses was with him again. My dad jumped out of the kitchen again and started talking about sweets with him. He wasn't very good at explaining, but I liked how he tried his best to convey the appeal of the sweets. Then the woman with him said to me, "The sweets were very delicious. My mother said they were tasty too." That's good to hear. You and your mother get along well? I wonder. Actually, we hadn't seen each other in a long time. We met once briefly before, but after that my mother shut herself in her room and I was at a loss. But this man went with me to see my mother and forcibly opened the door to her room. The woman gazed at him affectionately. Oblivious, he continued talking sweets with my dad. That must have been quite difficult. It seemed like complicated family circumstances. I hesitated whether I should pry further. Yes, it was difficult. But when he offered sweets to my mother, she silently ate them and murmured delicious. After that she gradually started talking more. So today I want to buy sweets here as souvenirs for my mother again. The woman looked happy as she said this. He really is a sweets connoisseur. Making people happy with sweets isn't easy. That day, right after he left, the beauty came and bought the same sweets as usual. After her the blonde knight bought them out. The last customer was the mage, right before closing again. Sold out today too? The mage looked disappointed. As unpleasant as ever. If you think that, you should come earlier. I thought that, but a chill went down my spine as the mage glared at me as if he could see my thoughts. Can't be helped. I'll buy some leftovers again today. He says too much as usual. But he doesn't complain about the sweets he bought before, and doesn't suddenly cast any spells, so maybe he likes them after all. I'll take that, and that. And that too. The mage casually chose sweets, including my sweet again. Though his choices are random, he always takes my sweet. Could it be he actually likes it? But he seems like the type to only say nasty things if I ask, so I couldn't bring myself to ask his opinion on the sweets. Section. This continued about once a week for several times. According to the supposed sweets connoisseur, the beauty, the knight, and the mage were all his dear friends. When I asked then why not come together, he said, everyone's busy with their own circumstances, so we rarely get the chance. Is that so? Maybe for the knight and mage, but the beauty shows up right after he leaves, as if following him. When I tried to mention that, a chill went down my spine. I sensed a gaze from outside. I timidly looked outside the shop's glass and the beauty was standing there. She smiled. Creepy. I should stop. Can't say unnecessary things about customers. For my own sake too. The last customer that day was the mage as usual. After confirming the sold-out items as always, he chose several items from what was left, including the sweet I made, as usual. His choices are random, but he always takes my sweet. Maybe he really does like my sweet. You always buy that sweet, is it delicious? I gathered my courage and asked. Not tasty. Shouldn't have asked. This mage really is the worst. You made this sweet, didn't you? The mage said with a laugh. What an awful person. He knew I made it and still said it wasn't tasty. Yes, but only you look at this sweet differently, with an emotional gaze. So I could tell. As expected of a mage, very observant. If it's not tasty, why do you always buy it? I asked petulantly. The other sweets are polished and tasty. However, unfinished things have their own value. You can see they're gradually becoming more delicious because they're unfinished. It's fun to enjoy the process of growth. A friend taught me that even incomplete things have value. That friend is probably the sweets connoisseur. The mage looked at me. Of course, that growth is only possible through your hard work. That's why I buy it every time. If you weren't trying hard, I wouldn't buy it. Don't fear failure. Keep challenging yourself. Don't worry, I'll buy it. After saying that, the mage paid and left. That mage is sly. I think magic like that is really unfair. I realized my face was red. Afterward, I started posting stories on the website Shetsuka Ni when I was quite old, at 44 years old. My first work, after eating monster meat I became king, garnered almost no response, and I ended the serialization feeling dejected. Then, in the year I turned 45, Who Killed the Hero received high praise from many people, and it was decided it would be published as a book. My first work, After Eating Monster Meat I Became King, is also scheduled to be published in book form around the same time by GCN Bunko. Since I had been posting on Shetsuka Ni, Of course I wanted to become a novelist. But I didn't just want to become a novelist. I wanted to become an amazing novelist. Nowadays various people including authors post wish lists online, but actually I have just one wish. To win the bookstore award. Ah, I know what you're thinking. The editor reading this afterward first probably thought, isn't he an idiot? I started writing novels at 44, and in the genre called light novels at that, so it's practically impossible, right? But that's what I wrote about in this story. Taking on things people say you couldn't possibly do or could never become. Keep trying hard even if people think you're foolish. Have just a little expectation in yourself. That's what it's about. Of course, I don't think it's impossible. I'm confident this is a story anyone from children to seniors, men and women, can enjoy. I believe it has become a book booksellers can recommend to anyone saying this is interesting. A book that even people who don't normally read would read. Considering that, don't I have a chance at the bookstore award? Also, I feel that just being a light novel means I won't even be considered without speaking up. My voice needs to be heard just to be recognized as a contender. But even if this work is completely ignored, as long as books of mine come out, I'll aim to be the amazing novelist who wins the bookstore award. Well, even if a middle-aged guy who miraculously became a novelist at 45 makes a fool of himself stubbornly demanding the bookstore award and fails miserably, I have no regrets. Because I want to live like a hero, you know? End of the volume.